Hey everybody, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, fine. Hello, how you doing?
Good. How are you? This is Demetria.
Doing good. Doing
Good.
good.
All
Okay, how to
right.
take it off of that trailer?
Jonathan,
Okay.
Raw, Tamara, Holly. Did you guys get to see the IRS form 843, the request for refund and abatement?
And they're saying he's responsible for the shooting.
Yes, I did.
You had the
Thanks, Christina.
opportunity? Okay. If you guys are still working to try to get the IRS to release the freeze, the hold from your account, do the 843 and send that in as soon as you can. IRS form 843, request for refund and abatement. I posted a video on my YouTube a couple hours ago. And I want you to look at it. If you need to use that form, use it. You can use it for more than just borrow from yourself. Some of you guys, I know, I can tell by how some of our conversations go that you take advice or information from other places, which is totally okay. But if you got some, um, I don't even call it issues, okay? It's not even really an issue. But if you have something going on with the IRS and you did whatever process, it could be borrowed from yourself, it could be some other tax process, and you were expecting a return or a refund and you didn't receive it, go ahead and submit that IRS form 843 for refunds and abatement.
Hi,
Okay.
Christine.
Hey, is that Holly? Holly, I got
Yes.
Tamara. I got.
Yeah, this is Tammy, Tamara. Hi, Christina.
How are
Hey,
you?
so
Go
I'm
ahead.
good, girl. So I did my borrow from yourself about 2024, I believe it
Mhm.
was when you first put that out.
Mhm.
Thank you for that. My dad had passed. I was helping him until he passed.
Mhm.
And the only thing I got from the IRS was I need your identification. They
They're
wanted
so
my
full of it.
COT.
They're so
They wanted
full
my
of it.
certificate of, yeah, certificate of trust. I put it in and no frivolous filing, nothing like that. So what about a 911
Um,
as opposed to that 843?
911. What? Tell me the name of the 911. Tell me the name of the form.
That is,
I'm looking it up right now. Let me look
okay.
at it. IRS form 911.
I think that's just asking for a task, I believe. Isn't that what the 911 form is for? Just a whistleblower?
Yes. It's to ask for a
It's the
TAS to
taxpayer.
be
That's
signed.
right. Taxpayer advocate. Okay, so somebody. Oh, hold on. I need to mute someone out.
Yeah, someone's out there.
Sorry, y'all.
No, that's all right. We have
Okay.
a group too, and that happens.
Okay. So, you did the borrow from yourself. The IRS
Yes.
asked you for something that was totally unrelated to your estate. Why are they asking you for trust documentation for an estate?
Have no idea.
Okay,
That,
so
yeah.
anytime the IRS sends you a letter and they're asking you for like identification, hey, give me your trust documents and
Mhm.
tell me about this estate and who is who within your estate. That's private information. The system should not be asking you that question. It shouldn't be asking that. Treat it as an error, okay?
Okay.
Treat it as a mistake, okay? Some of you guys make the mistake of thinking like when you get a letter from the IRS that it means that you have to prove something, that I got to give you evidence, okay? That I have to bow
Mhm.
to you, that I'm supposed to do blah, 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 okay? Get away from that frame of thinking, okay? So even if it sends you, if you get a letter saying, hey, I need you to identify yourself, you've already done that when you sent in your 1041 and you signed as the executor. Identification has already taken place. You've already signed the document. You've identified the estate. If you haven't been identified, then where are they sending the letter to?
Right.
You have already done the identification process. So them asking for trust documentation, the system treated as an error. Okay, treated as an error. You notice how, I don't know if you've ever heard me have other conversations, but you know how all of you guys have different letters. Do you not find that strange?
Yes.
That you got a letter asking for identification. Another person got a letter saying that, oh, this is frivolous. Another person got a letter was like, we need additional information. Okay. This thing is kicking out error. I treat it all as error messages. If you did not receive a check, that is the only outcome you're looking for. Everything else is just noise. Treat it like an error, like the printer. If you listen to the
Right.
video, like the printer analogy that I gave you. If your printer is acting up, okay, and you remove the jam, okay, it's supposed to be kicking out whatever you tell it to print. Use that IRS form 843. Send
All
that
right.
in. I wouldn't do the 911 in this
Okay.
instance. Try this 843. Okay, do the
Okay.
843, a claim for refund and abatement, because when you sent in for your 1041, sorry guys, sometimes my thoughts by the time I talk to you guys, I'm so into the ground.
Oh, I
Okay,
know.
and so when you're using the 843, okay, when you send your 843 in, you're asking for abatement or refund. Think of that as the hand removing the jam. You know how I use the printer analogy with you guys and say your printer is jammed. The IRS is jammed. It's kicking out errors all over the place. Okay, treat these letters that you get as error messages. Even if they send you notices talking about, oh, we're going to levy, oh, we're going to do this to you, oh, we're going to send a, treat that, though this is an error message. You must have made a mistake. Okay, do the IRS form 843. That is the form that you're going to use to remove whatever this error, whatever the jam is they're talking about. I would totally ignore any letters talking about a frivolous filing, any notices talking about send us additional information. And the only thing you need to focus on is I didn't get a return, and that's what I told you to do. You should be sending a return of credits to me. If you send a frivolous letter to me, that's them telling you that they're being frivolous. But the issue is that where you're misinterpreting it, you're thinking that they're saying to you that you're being frivolous. They're just giving you a notice that something frivolous has occurred. Frivolous, just replace frivolous with an error.
Right.
A mistake happened, and we need you to manually fix the mistake, sort of like having a. Hold on, sorry. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find who. Sorry. Okay, and so think of it as this was an error, and I need a hand to go in and remove that jam. So if your situation, if your some of the IRS has frozen some returns, okay, and when you go in, they have a code, sort of like your printer. Your printer has an error code, and you say, okay, well, I don't know what that code means. Let me look it up and see. Oh, okay, it has a paper jam, or I'm out of ink. Okay, all you know is that there's some kind of error message with it. That 843 form removes whatever. It tells the IRS that, hey, there's an error on y'all end and you need to fix it. And oh, and by the way, I'm owed a return. And the reason that I haven't gotten a return is because there is an error on your part. You have to get away from thinking that you're the one making the mistake. This is also a big problem, too. You guys think that you're the one making the mistake, that I did something wrong, that I skipped a box, that I forgot to cross my T, that I forgot to dot my I, and as a result, these bad things are happening. No, there is no error on your end. The error is on the end of the IRS. We're trying to manually correct that error. Okay, you've tried manually correcting it. Some of you guys have called. Some of y'all have sent emails to the IRS, okay, trying to resolve the issue. When you talk to these agents, if you guys haven't had the opportunity to listen to the video that I just put out about the IRS Form 843. You have to take what these agents say with a grain of salt, okay? So people, when the I like for example, I know I'm kind of getting away from your question, and I said I was going to stop doing that. But when the IRS kicks out, for example, frivolous filings, okay, and we're going to assess a $5,000 penalty, okay? The agents at the IRS have gotten so used to people thinking that they are the ones that's supposed to pay, that now the agents are trained to behave as if when you call them and say, hey, I got a frivolous filing letter, the agents have been trained. And who's been training them? You all have. You've been training them. When you call, you think you're the one who's supposed to pay. So now the agents are well trained, and when you call them and say, hey, I have a frivolous filing, you're holding 5,000 in credits. I need you to release that from the account so that you guys could stop assessing your interest or your fees, or stop sending me these letters. So I need that $5,000 out of the account, okay, so that whatever credits that you're holding on to that you really want me to come and settle and remove from the account, that you will stop sending me all these notices telling me that there's $5,000 in this account that needs to be adjusted. So that is primarily what the issue is. It's sort of like, it's like a mass psychosis. Okay, if one person, they did a study, and these people walked into a doctor's office, okay? And when they walked into the doctor's office, for some reason, every time the buzzer went off, everyone in the waiting room would just stand up. And when the buzzer stopped, everyone sat down. And so the new people who walked into the doctor's office, they were like, well, why are y'all standing up and sitting down? And everybody shrugged their shoulders, and they didn't know why. They just said, well, the person before me, when I walked in, they were all standing up and sitting down. And they have absolutely no reason. They just know that when the buzzer goes off, they stand up and sit down without any justification whatsoever. So a lot of these processes work like that. People have approached the IRS when the IRS sends them spooky letters and asking them for additional information that they shouldn't be asking you for, and they believe that, well, if you're sending me a letter saying that a tax is owed or a frivolous filing letter, the first thing you think is that I have the obligation. You do have an obligation to correct the account or settle this account, but the obligation to pay, you're presuming that, you're assuming that. You're approaching them with the belief in your mind that you owe it something. And so long as you hold that belief, so long as you think that every time I go to them, or if I get a spooky letter, that, okay, I must pay them, or I owe taxes, okay, so long as you hold that belief, those agents over there are also going to be like, well, we're here to enforce whatever you believe. That's what it is. We're enforcing your belief, and you owe taxes. So to answer your question, do that 843, follow that video, send in that 843, and that 843 requests them. You received a request. Sorry, y'all. Send that 843 over to the IRS, and give them a little time to process. I would say give them about a week, and then you start to call. And hey, I sent over IRS Form 843. You guys are holding credits that should have been released from this account and sent to me. I haven't received it. It does not matter. Even if the agent tells you you got it wrong, you do not move from your position that the agent is wrong. Do not move from that position. No, I think you have it incorrectly. I sent in a return for 100,000. You were supposed to release 100,000 in credits back to my estate. That agent might sit there and say, "Oh, well, this is frivolous." Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you believe that. Well, go ahead and tell me what is your plan to release these credits to me. You have to stay with what you said, because if you let them move you off of your square into believing that, well, this was frivolous that you sent in, this was you're committing a scam, or you did something incorrectly, okay, well, keep waiting. Keep waiting. Let me see. You received a request to record to the cloud. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what this means. You received a request to record to the cloud. Let me see. Sorry, y'all. So do that 843. Send that in, and when we meet again in 2 weeks, tell me exactly how that worked out for you. Is that okay? Let me see. Is that Patricia? Let me see. Patricia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Patricia.
Hey,
Go ahead
can
with
you
your.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay. Christina, I got like three little small questions.
Okay.
Okay. So the first thing is I'm feeling good about this.
Okay.
In December of 2025, because I followed everything you've been doing.
Mhm.
So it's 3 years now. And I've been sending them information, I've been calling. So in December 2025, I called and I spoke to a lady, and she told me that my refund was being released. So she told me it's going to be 3 to 6 weeks.
Mhm.
So just because I was not sure, I called the next week
Okay.
and I was told the same thing. So I waited the 3 to 6 weeks because that was a confirmation to me.
Mhm.
And after I started calling back after that, oh, I was getting the same thing I had been getting for the last 2 years. Um, Once they get on the phone, they would be nice. Then they'll come back with no reason, no answers.
Mhm.
And I would start digging for information.
Mhm.
Then they would get rude and contentious and hang up on me and all this other kind of stuff.
Oh
So
man.
so January, let me get the date. January
Mhm.
6th, I received another letter saying, oh, this was a 2644C,
Mhm.
saying that they needed 60 more days. Then I didn't call back.
Mhm.
Then in March 10th, 2026, I received another letter telling me that they needed, what they said, we need more time to provide you with a complete response to your inquiry. But my inquiry was maybe 2 years ago.
You didn't make
Okay.
an inquiry. You see that language? You didn't inquire up. Okay, so when they say that we need additional time for your inquiry, the only thing that you're asking them for is where is my return?
Exactly.
They're probably gone off researching something that has nothing to do with what you asked them for, and that's what they'll do. And some of those letters, they'll send you, like, if you read the letter, I don't know if your letter has this in it, on and within the letter, they'll say all of this stuff to you. They'll tell you that, oh, this was frivolous and blah 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 blah, and all this stuff, and then it'll say, well, if you think we got it wrong, call us and let us know. It'll
Okay.
say
The,
that.
the, the one thing about that is I have not received a letter saying that, but I have received them telling me that verbally. Okay, but I never, they keep telling me I'm getting that letter. So
And
now
it
that's
never
January,
comes.
that's March. May 12th, I received a letter and it says, thank you for your inquiry dated June 4th,
Mhm.
2025.
Mhm.
Because I have been trying to follow up and make stuff, put stuff in my own words and follow
Right.
the letters and information you gave me. So this one is just saying we reviewed the information you provided and determined no action. Oh no, I'm sorry. I got two dated May 12th. But the first one I received is telling me that they needed more time to provide you with a complete response to your inquiry. Now, this is another 2644C.
Mhm.
Now, this one it was dated May 12th, which I just got yesterday.
Mhm.
And it says, thank you for your inquiry dated June 4th. We reviewed the information you provided and
Mhm.
determined no action is necessary on your account.
Okay, so where is my damn check at?
I know. So my question to you is,
Oh my
do I
goodness.
need to still send in the 843? Because
Yes,
I
I
haven't got a
would.
frivolous anything yet.
Yes, that's just advice. That's all it is. It's just advice. I treat it as an error. If you do not send me a check, everything you send me, I'm going to treat as an error. And I'm going to call you like you've been doing. I'm sorry it's taken you 2 years. I'm going to keep calling you. Where is my return? Like you've been doing. And they keep telling you, oh, well, we released it. We released it.
But it
Where
took 3
is
years.
it?
It's been 3 years.
3 years. Where
Yes.
is it? Where is the payment? They have there's a second form that I'm working on a video for. Let me see if I could share my screen. I think it's called IRS Form 3911. And for those individuals where they told you that a refund was sent to you but you never got it, the 3911 initiates a trace. Okay? The federal government are thieves. And I'm not talking about the government, I'm talking about the employees. If y'all have been watching this, the employees are stealing all over the damn place. So I wouldn't be surprised, like even with food stamps. You look at how much food stamp fraud was happening within some of these HHSC agencies, and it's the damn employees. The employees they know how to rip the system off. So you could use that form. I'm going to do a video for the 3911. And the 3911 is a trace payment for a treasury check. You fill
Well,
out
they
that
haven't sent me anything that said I was getting the check. They
that's
just told me that
over the
my
phone.
refund was going to be unfroze. Now, that
Correct.
was 2 people told me that. But
Correct.
after I went on and waited the 3 to 6 weeks, I waited my 6 weeks, called back. Then I even got a supervisor. She was so rude to me and
Girl.
telling me that she don't care what I sent in. They wasn't going to accept it. All kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So now this last letter, like I said, was dated May 12th, which I got two that's dated the same day,
Mm-hmm.
but I got them in different days. I got one Monday and one yesterday.
Okay.
And this last one is just saying, you know, they received my information that you provided and determined no action is necessary on your account.
You see how
So
much
I
confusion
did
is
a
going on here? Look at how if you went off of the letters that you received, okay? If you went off of look at how what so all the letters you received is these are conflicting letters. How do you
yes.
move forward based on anything that the IRS is saying? How do you move forward based on what they're saying? It's all of it. All they do is give conflicting information. Either they'll tell you one thing over the phone and then they'll send you a letter saying something different. They send you a letter. They never sent you a letter and said your return was inaccurate.
No, they didn't.
Line blah 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 on your 1041 is
No.
bogus. Send us something showing where this income came from. They never said any of these things. They just said, well, no further action is going to be taken on your account. What does that mean? And a return is due to me. What does that mean?
Okay, so to be clear, I'm going I'm going to try to like give them 2 weeks, maybe 3, to see because not only because I did go to chat to just see what that 94C meant. So the
Mhm.
94, I'm sorry, 96C.
Mhm.
That was the last letter I received
Mhm.
instead of
Let me see.
96C. So on the 96C, it was kind of basically telling me that, you know, they have these codes, which mine is a 810. It's a freeze. They froze it, my account, and it's not saying why. It just the
It's
810.
frozen. Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
So um so I want to give them the opportunity to see in the next 3 weeks if they're going to,
I
because
am so
that was
sorry.
saying,
This is
because
ridiculous.
it asked me to put in the wording. So I put in exactly what they said because it's confusing.
It
It
is.
doesn't make sense.
It
It
is.
doesn't tell
And
me.
that's why I'm trying to tell you, you guys listening, when you are in situations like this, all you need to focus on is that they owe me a return. Ignore everything else. Ignore the nasty supervisor, because she, like I just explaining to you guys, the public has been given so much money to the IRS unknowingly, unintentionally, believing that what the word taxpayer, when you read that, is misleading. It's a misnomer. And so people misinterpret the word taxpayer and what that means. So when they approach the IRS, and it's the IRS is using your entity, whether it be your individual, whether it be your estate, and it is acting as a conduit through your entity to transfer the credits to you. The entity is the taxpayer. And so people got confused believing that me, my physical body, me, my labor, I am the taxpayer. And so now we have been doing this for so long that
Okay.
these people
You see,
at
I
the,
put the stuff in there, right?
sorry y'all, let me try to,
Oh, you put everything in that can in there? Oh, I wasn't okay. Well, I wasn't going to do that. I had put okay.
everybody
Mute,
mute
please.
out. Can y'all
Mute,
mute
please.
please? Thank you. Everybody mute, okay? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so
That's fine.
I apologize to
I
you.
just
I'm
want to,
gonna get it.
I just want to make sure that I need to move forward with the 843 because
Yes.
okay,
Yes, do not let
okay.
up on them. Yes, then at no time, even if they do tell you that something is wrong, ignore. It's not wrong. Nothing
Well,
that you have done
I
is
know it's not
wrong.
wrong because honestly, I have been calling them ever since like 8 months after I submitted my return back in
Hmm.
2023. So they've never, I mean, I've been talked to crazy just about
Me too. Yeah.
every time I go into depth about them giving me answers about why my return is
It's
this or
not
that.
released. Why is it
Exactly.
not released?
So they keep threatening to send me the frivolous, but they haven't.
But they haven't. And this
Yes.
is the thing, when you're talking, like I was saying, when you're talking to these agents, the public, okay, even though we're in the private, but when we're engaging as an estate or as a trust, okay, we're acting as a public entity. The public has trained the IRS agents to think
Exactly. And
that
I'm gonna tell you how
they,
I know that. It's because each and every time that I get a contentious response, it's always because they put me on hold like 6 or 7 times. Somebody's telling them what to say.
yes. Yes, the public has taught the IRS. They have taught the IRS that the IRS is the ones that is supposed to collect the money, not the other way around. So now that it's not just me. If you guys like in this social media space, a bunch of people are now talking about this. Even former IRS agents are coming out saying this. They are admitting it out in the open. People are coming out and now saying that, hold on, I think we've been making a mistake for a long time. What is that guy's name over at the Treasury? Bessent came out and said something that I have been saying for a couple of years. I know I wasn't the first to say it. Patrick said it before. But Bessent came out and said, I mean, you could get more money if all you have to do on your withholding is change it to exempt. He came out and said that you do not
Yeah.
have any obligation to pay taxes out of your check. But what happens is people get scared. It is
Well, I don't
fear.
have a working check because
I,
I'm in retirement.
right,
I'm just doing it on the,
right.
borrow
This
from
is just an
yourself.
example. I'm using that. It may not apply to you, but I'm saying that, like, just as an example of how the public at large, we
Yeah.
are in a mass psychosis to the point where everyone believes that the government has all the authority and the power. The government is running amok because when we approach the IRS, now that you guys are aware of how it's supposed to work, when you approach the IRS now and try to give it instructions, try to tell it what to do, you see how violent they get? You
Yes,
see how
they are.
yes.
I definitely can account for that because they really. I mean, it's been so bad that they have hung. I've had like 4 or 5 people
Me
hang up in
too.
my face.
Me too. And I don't
So
give up.
okay, so I
I
won't hold
fight
you
right
up.
back.
I just have one more question.
Yes.
So can I still file borrow from yourself for 2025 and 2026?
Every year you could file it.
Okay,
Izzo, her
that's all
name,
I
I forget
that's
her name, but
I'm good
she,
now. I've been following you,
mm-hmm.
ever since I first purchased mine. Oh, one more thing.
Yes,
Um, I had to
I'm
pay a
here.
second time to get on Patreon.
Oh
So can
no.
you check
Can
into
I
that for me?
refund that? I sure
My
can. Let me hold on before you go. Let me write your name down because I'll say like, yes, I'm gonna get it to you, and then I get distracted. I'm so sorry.
well,
Okay, let me write your name down.
I never stopped paying since 2023.
This is Patricia, right?
Right. I
Patricia,
never stopped paying. I've changed
and
my account information, but I never stopped paying.
Alexander. Okay,
But
I can
in
do
order
that.
for me to get on to the Zoom today, I could go back into the other one, but I couldn't get
Couldn't
on
get
to
on
Zoom.
to this one. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, I
but
could take a
okay.
look at it. I sure can do
All
that
right.
for you, Miss
Well,
Patricia.
thank you so
Good
much.
luck. Okay,
I
one more
still
time,
do it though.
Patricia, before you go. The 843, write this down.
Okay.
IRS form 843 and that 3911. Just because, okay, you haven't like physically, they told you that well, we were sending you a refund on two separate occasions. So it was something
Exactly.
in that
I got
system
their
that they
names too.
saw. Yeah, it was something in that system that they saw. They see a confirmation. Okay, they get a confirmation number. um what do they call those numbers at the bottom of the check? I can't think of it, but they know. And so the 3911 is a trace. It is to trace a payment you should have received. I'm going to
Okay.
release a video where I show you how to fill that 3911 out. It's pretty simple. I'm a veteran, so I get veterans benefits. Okay, one time I changed my bank account, and so the payment that was supposed to go to the old bank account, when that happens, the treasury changes it and they send a paper check. Okay, because now they're not sure, like, okay, you changed your account so late in the month that they send a paper check. When I called, they were like, well, we released the payment. Okay, it should have came in the mail, but I never got anything. Nothing had ever came. Now, mind you, I don't know what the check numbers are. I don't know any of the information on the face of the check. The
Okay.
VA, you have to remember, the VA is also connected to the Treasury. So all of these tax credits, overpayments, all of it comes from the same place, which is the Treasury. When the VA agent was like, okay, do the form 3911. And they did a trace payment to find out that, well, we did release the check. The check was sitting. They traced it all the way to the post office. One of the employees had mistakenly picked it up and they should have placed it into the mailbox, but they found it on a shelf somewhere. Um, in the post office. But when I put in that 3911, listen to me. Them people in the post office, I don't know, it was almost like somebody pulled a fire alarm. When the treasury came down on them to find out where did the payment go, and when I showed up at the post office and I'm like, well, listen, I did a trace payment form uh with the treasury, and the VA agent told me that the payment is somewhere here, and she said you did a trace a 3911, and everybody in that back stopped what they were doing and they all started searching for that check. So do
So
that yes, that
so can
3911.
I do the 3911 even though nobody's told me that they gave me a check?
They told you that a refund was issued to you, same
Well,
as the.
no. She
Mhm.
said the release,
Mhm.
the freeze was released,
So if
and
the
I was
freeze
just
was released, then a return the freeze was released from what?
from because they didn't have it on freeze. I guess ever
Correct.
since I
What were
applied,
they freezing? That's the
I
question I'm asking you. What were they freezing?
the refund.
Correct. There you go. You got it. You just said it. They
Oh,
were,
okay.
you understand
Oh,
what I'm trying to say?
yeah,
They
I
were
got you.
freezing the check. That's what the hold was. They had a hold on the account. They want you to verify this and answer my question about that and send me a picture identification. You have no obligation to submit to any of those requests. Treat them as errors. Treat
Well,
them
I
as
would
errors.
understand definitely because one thing that I did do, and maybe I did something wrong. I gave
See,
them my
no,
treasury
get that out
treasury
your mind. I
direct
did something
account
wrong.
information.
I'm gonna get y'all about that. Stop with that.
Well,
I
what
did
I'm
something
saying is
wrong.
I gave them
Mhm.
my treasury direct account information,
Okay.
which
Okay.
is not an estate.
Right. It's not. It's
So it
not.
may not be able to go there,
Mhm.
and maybe it's just floating somewhere, but nobody's
Yes.
never told me that it was released.
Yes, and they'll try to ask you these questions too on the spot to get you to feel like, oh well, I don't really have an answer to that, or maybe I don't really know how to explain this. You don't have to. Stop feeling obligated. They
Okay.
have the obligation, not you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, none of that has anything to do with my return. You guys sent nothing in the mail to me saying that that was an issue. Please, let's move on. Tell me,
Yeah.
how can you help me?
Okay. I got you because
Yes, Patricia.
thank you.
You very welcome. Okay, let me see. Mig best at gmail.com.
That's me.
Hey! Okay, I'm glad you said something. How are you?
Not bad.
Hanging in there.
Oh yeah. I've been following a lot of your stuff, and you know, I can relate to a bunch of the stuff with the not getting the checks and getting all the letters. But the reason I was on not I missed last week because I got tied up doing something. I felt like
Okay.
I did. But the reason I was uh, involved is 15 years, 16 years ago, they foreclosed on our house
Okay.
at gunpoint. I refused to get out. The marshal pushed his way in and all that stuff.
Mhm.
They never had my name on any document as to the ejection or eviction.
Is it that? Look at that. Look
And I
at that.
told,
Yeah, they had you listed as an occupant, huh?
no, they didn't have me on anything,
Really? So
nothing.
who did they evict?
Well, they evicted my wife.
I know it was you, but I'm saying like you have to identify a party or a person. Like there was a judgment creditor that went to the possession court and they won, okay, even though it's void, they won an eviction, okay, but it has to name a person and you said that there's no name.
There's only my wife. I called the police
Okay.
the night before, and I had a sergeant there at my door with two other guys.
Mhm.
And I told them, I says, they're going to come tomorrow. My wife has already left. She's over at my son's house. I says, you can just tell them not to even bother. I says, I've never been served.
Sure.
And unless you can come up with documents to show that I was served, I don't plan on leaving here.
Right.
Anyway, long story short, they come back the next day with the marshal, 7 cruisers with their hands on their guns.
Jesus Christ.
And my kid was afraid they were going to shoot me. And
Mhm.
I told him, I said, you're stealing everything and you're not allowed to steal anything.
Mhm.
So they continued. They stole a lot of stuff too. They stole
Oh
coins. They
yeah.
stole,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
They will.
silverware. They stole
Mhm.
crystal. They're like the bandits of the world.
Mhm.
What is the I was going to open up a case regarding due process of law
Sure.
because I was never notified,
Okay.
and they unlawfully evicted me.
So you pretty
Took all
much
my
want
possessions.
restitution. So you want to pursue a wrongful eviction?
Right.
Okay. You absolutely can pursue a wrongful eviction, but you can do that in the form of what's called a declaratory judgment. A declaratory judgment is when you give a set of facts to the court and you say, hey, court, on this date, a writ of possession was executed on property, blah, blah, blah. The writ does not name myself, okay? The sheriffs entered the premises and $50,000 worth of property was missing, okay, was removed from the home. You have two separate suits. You have one against the sheriff, okay? The sheriffs carry their they carry liability insurance, okay? So the sheriff is the enforcement branch and the court is the judiciary, okay? And so the sheriff executed a writ of possession, which is a big no-no, without properly identifying who that writ was targeted towards. And as a result, you have been deprived of however much in damages. So in that declaratory judgment, okay, the first thing you will want to do in a declaratory judgment, and that's one of the things I wanted to go over. In the declaratory judgment, in the background of facts, you want to tell the court what happened, okay? You don't make legal conclusions saying that I believe that they violated my due process rights
No,
and they
that's just,
committed, right, that's a conclusion. You only want to stick to just telling the court what happened. On this date, a writ of possession was executed on my property. Sheriff, whatever county sheriff's office, sheriff's name, such and such, maybe
well, they
badge
use
number,
they use
if you
marshals here.
marshals, yeah, sure, showed up at the residence, they enforced a writ of possession on my property. $50,000 worth of property was missing, and you could even have itemized, like you can itemize what those items were. So your silverware was missing, maybe a heirloom, maybe something, jewelry, cash, clothing, shoes, okay? So you want to itemize what those things were, and then also you had to move. So you can also include moving expenses, what it cost for you and your wife to relocate, okay? And in some cases, you may ask for emotional damage. That is difficult to, like, when it comes to emotional damages, it's sometimes difficult for a court to measure that. Like if you lost a leg, let's say in the process, like you got injured and as a result you had to have your leg amputated. Oh, you can measure that. That's very emotional because now I'm missing a leg. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit
Yeah, you
easier
need
to
solid evidence.
correct. It's a bit easier to quantify that level of harm. But when you say, like, you know, I was sad, of course, I was fearful, I may have been homeless for a little time, it's kind of difficult to quantify. And sometimes the court rejects emotional damages. But once you enter, and your remedy in the declaratory judgment, you're asking the court to issue a order, okay, on whether or not the procedure for evictions had been followed. And those, one, the primary one is that you have to identify the occupants. You have to identify them. You can't just have a writ with no name on it. Sometimes the sheriffs, the courts have done this before, and I don't know if you guys listen to Patrick. But Patrick has, he talked about it in one of his videos. He said that the court was issuing writs and warrants, okay, without signing them and without a seal. And so what would happen is unsuspecting sheriffs or law enforcement who were going to enforce those warrants were unaware that the warrant or the writ was not valid. And when the sheriff went to enforce the writ, the party inside of the home killed the sheriff.
Mhm.
When backup showed up, they murdered the person inside of the home. And so what Patrick was saying is that, and the crazy part was that the writ or the warrant was void from the beginning, and that the court never really issued a valid writ or warrant. And so the family, what Patrick was saying was that the family needs to bring a suit against the agency responsible for enforcement, which would be in your case, the marshals. Okay. And so it would be a similar scenario in your case. Now you have two issues. You have one, you're going to consider a wrongful eviction, but you're going to get the court to it within a declaratory judgment. You want the court to declare that, hey, yeah, based on the policies, the sheriff was supposed to double check A, B, C, and D. Those the sheriff failed to check those, and as a result, in your declaratory judgment, the judge is going to issue an order outlining that these procedures do not appear to have been followed. Once you have that declaratory judgment, your damages are pretty much obvious from that order. Does that make sense? If the judge issues an order and you say, hey judge, for example, I'm in the state of Texas. In the state of Texas, in order for a writ of possession to be executed, these 4 conditions must be met. Okay, you have to identify the parties living inside of the home. They have to be properly served. Okay, a return of service has to happen back to the court, and then execution happens. Okay, and if any of these steps were not followed, then that means any writ that was issued is void. It had no legal force or effect, but yet the marshals, when they pick it up, the marshals only see words. That's it. The marshals only see words. They don't understand legal arguments. They really don't understand procedure. All they see is that a court told me I must do, and this is what I'm going to do. They do not understand that something like a writ could be void, that a procedure may have been missed that renders this writ legally ineffective. They don't see that. But what they don't understand is that they're liable if they enforce a writ
I can talk
that,
to
sorry guys, somebody is,
moving on.
hold on one second. I'm sorry, I'm trying to mute
Sure.
them. But what the sheriff or the marshals do not realize is that they could be enforcing a legally void, a legally unenforceable writ of possession against a person, to which the court leaves the officers kind of out to dry because the court isn't liable. If a writ is legally ineffective or unenforceable from the court's perspective, that's the law enforcement officer was supposed to know.
Well, it
There,
gets even better than that, Christina.
yes.
They tried to do an eviction a month before that with the exact same paper, and the court clerk denied it.
Hmm.
30 days later,
You
they
need
showed
that.
up with
You
the
need
same
that
paperwork.
evidence. Make sure you have that evidence
Oh, I got
with
every.
you.
I
Okay.
sent the marshal
Mm-hmm.
a certified, a registered letter, and he refused it and sent it back. And I've never opened it. It's got everything in there that he did wrong.
Okay.
It's one debacle after the next,
Mm-hmm.
and it looks like who pushed it was the attorney's office pushed the marshal into doing it, and then they try to cover their tracks.
Correct. That's exactly what they do in these foreclosures. The courts all over the country, I hope everybody is listening, especially if you're in foreclosure. The courts all over the country are issuing void writs of possessions because they know that the people who are targeted in those writs of possessions do not know that that writ is legally void. It is unenforceable. They know that you don't understand procedure. They know that you don't understand court processes. They know that you don't understand the separation of powers. They know that you might be confused on who is liable if unenforceable writ is executed on your property following
Oh,
a foreclosure.
what you're stating, Christina, I voiced every one of them to the police,
Oh
to
yeah,
the
they don't care. You have to
they
get an
just
order from the court.
they did, but they didn't have an order from the court. They had an order from the attorney, and they followed it.
Oh my God. So yours is even more sticky.
Oh, there's heads gonna roll.
Jesus
They broke
Christ.
every the foreclosure took like 4 years because I would send in stuff.
Okay.
Okay. They took the last 4 affidavits and ignored them.
Okay.
And in
Which
those
they do.
affidavits, I asked them to prove that they had possession of the note and the mortgage.
Okay.
I needed to see them open and notoriously in the court.
Okay.
They just ignored it.
And they do that. And they ignore it. Okay.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
they ignore it because in some cases, especially with the arguments about the promissory notes and things like that, they know that, like now you see how we're having this Zoom meeting. They know that we kind of get together, we
Oh,
start
yeah.
brainstorming, okay, and then people may send in documents that they fully don't understand. And so if have you ever heard of the book The 48 Laws of Power?
No.
Okay, it's a great book, and I suggest everybody gets a copy of the 48 Laws of Power. One of the laws says, appear strong even when you are weak. So when you're sending in documents to them, what you're looking for is you're looking for a certain behavior from them. You may be 100% correct in the documents and the information that you're sending to the mortgage company, but their refusal to act at all or even to give any of what you're saying any attention, any credence, is an act of power because it leaves you unsure. Okay, because they're not saying anything, they're not really reacting, and on top of that, they're not doing what I asked them to do. So what it causes you to do is become uncertain in what you're doing. Is this
Oh,
really accurate? Am I right or am I wrong? Am I
yeah.
and
It was my kids. They were afraid they were going to kill me.
Yeah, and they know that if they remain silent and just keep acting as business as usual, that you will either give up, you will not pursue it anymore, or you'll start to doubt that what you're saying to them to be true, to be the absolute truth. And they know this. And that's one of the laws of power, to appear strong even when you are weak.
Now
And
here's
so, go ahead.
here's the next thing
Mhm.
that I got to just put in there.
Mhm.
I did international promissory notes with the green seal.
Mhm.
I sent 2 of them to Wells Fargo
Mhm.
CEO. I had the signatures that they received them.
Mhm.
They never credited them to the account.
Mhm.
I then hand delivered one to the local branch and had the manager sign that she received it.
Okay.
So the house was actually paid off 3
It
times.
was. It was already paid off. At closing it was paid, and then you paid 2 additional times
3,
with promissory notes. Mhm.
3.
But you notice how they don't acknowledge it, and when they don't acknowledge it, you continue to behave as if it's unsatisfied. You see how when you sent in your first promissory note and they acted as if, oh, he didn't send us anything. You see how you continue to send more? You see how you're the one who doesn't believe that it was satisfied, because if you believed it, you wouldn't continue to send promissory notes. You would enforce the one that you've already sent. Okay? You could use a declaratory judgment. Declaratory judgments, y'all, I have found that this is like a nail in the coffin for a court process, especially for pro se litigants. If you sent in a promissory note to Wells Fargo, you can go to the court and you can, by declaratory judgment, you want as a remedy for the judge to issue an order, okay? Tell it to the You want the judge to issue an order stating what was the legal effect of the transaction between you and Wells Fargo. Let me give you an example of what I mean by legal effect. Let's say you go to Walmart. You purchase 10 items at Walmart, okay? You go to self checkout, you pay, and then you leave. A couple of days later, Walmart accuses you of theft. They say that you did not pay for those items, okay? So you will go to the court and you will say, hey, judge, hey, court, okay? On today or on 10 days ago, I went to Walmart. I purchased 10 items, okay? I paid for those items. I received a receipt. I picked those 10 items up and I left the store. What was the legal effect of the transaction? The judge will declare in an order, well, a legal effect is that a trade happened and that the obligation was satisfied. And that's absolutely right. Because when I went into Walmart, I paid for these items. Okay, and Walmart is trying to act as if I did not pay when I did. So I'm going to go to the court. In my declaratory judgment, I'm asking the judge, what was the legal effect of this transaction? Here is my receipt. Your receipt is the promissory note. The judge is going to say the legal effect of the transaction is that the transaction is settled. So why is Walmart charging me with theft? Can you see the harm now? Do you have to prove at this point that you've been harmed as a result of Walmart charging you with theft? You don't have to prove that with the declaratory judgment. It becomes obvious when the judge issues the order. What was the legal effect of my transaction with Wells Fargo? On this date, I obtained a mortgage from Wells Fargo. I issued a promissory note with a value of $250,000. A year later, Wells Fargo says I still owe them $250,000. I issue another promissory note of $250,000. Hey, court, what was the legal effect of that transaction? The court is going to say the legal effect of that transaction, technically, Wells Fargo now owes you $250,000 because you overpaid. That's what you want to get from the court. So now, via a declaratory judgment, when the court tells you what the legal effect is, why are they foreclosing on me? Why was I evicted? Your harm has already been proven just by the declaratory judgment. So now the only thing left for you to do is to pursue your damages, your losses. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Does that declaratory judgment? So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what that declaratory judgment, when I used it for the first time and I saw how they were reacting to it, I was like, oh my God, this is it. The declaratory judgment. So in your case, you have actually two. You have a wrongful eviction against that marshal, that law enforcement officer, all the officers involved, and that agency. You also have to go for a wrongful foreclosure damages against your lender, because the purpose of foreclosure, like how I was trying to explain to you guys earlier, that we are all suffering from mass psychosis. Everybody thinks that a foreclosure means that I'm going to lose my house, and that is incorrect. A foreclosure is an accounting maneuver. It is the lender satisfying its interest in your house. A lender having an interest in your house is not the same as the lender owning your house. And people confuse those two things. And in the confusion, they steal your house, if that makes sense. They steal it in that confusion because you're confused about those two things. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Picture a beautiful woman as your house, okay? And let's say that a man is a lender, okay, to that beautiful woman, which is going to represent the house. The lender has an interest in that woman. He doesn't own her, he just likes her. I think she's pretty, she's 5'4", fair skinned, she's blonde or brunette, okay? I have an interest in her, but does that mean I own her? Does that mean I am her husband? Does that mean she is beholden to me? No, that does not. I'm just interested in her. A interest is a type of property, okay? Now, when it comes to houses, when the lender is describing his interest, he describes your house, because how else is he going to describe what the thing that he's interested in? So he might say block 7 and subdivision 11. Okay, he's describing his interest. Let's use the woman as an example. He's describing the woman he's interested in. She's 5'4". She's 125 pounds. She is a brunette. Okay, we're giving the meats and the bounds of the woman. Okay, so before the woman was giving him love and affection, and she was like, yes, baby, I love you, and I just think you're so handsome. But one day the woman stopped giving attention to him. Think of that attention as your mortgage payments. One day you stop giving the lender, who is this man who loves the attention he's getting from this woman, she stops giving him attention. The lender says, you know what? Whatever, I'm going to sell my interest to another man. The way that they sell that interest is through a foreclosure auction. Now the lender goes to foreclosure and he says, hey, is somebody, I got this woman, she's 5'4", brunette, 125 pounds. I don't own her, but I'm selling my interest in her. Okay? So another man raises his hand and he's like, I'll buy your interest. And he pays the lender, let's say $100,000. So now the new lender comes in and he's like, oh, girl, I think you're so beautiful. I love your brunette hair. I love how petite you are. You're a very beautiful woman. That's what interest is. But does that mean he owns the woman? No, he doesn't. He only has an interest in her. And so when people make the mistake of confusing a lender's interest for ownership, that is where they steal your house in that confusion. Okay, so the interest is a type of property. It's intellectual property. Okay, because your interest in something comes from your mind. You're just interested. Okay, you can own an interest as property, but that does not mean the lender owns the house. And so once people understand that technically foreclosure is a good thing, then you will begin to change the mindset and the consensus of people. If people understood what I was saying, the entire country will be running a foreclosure, because that would get rid of your debt. It is an accounting maneuver. It is the lender extinguishing its interest in the beautiful woman and saying, okay, well, she doesn't like me anymore. I'm going to go away. Hey, does somebody else want to purchase my interest in her? And someone shows up at the auction and they raise their hand. Hey, I'll pay $100,000 to be interested in her. And you think that they just bought your house. No, they didn't. They only bought an interest. So I hope that analogy makes sense.
That is the best analogy I heard.
I hope it makes sense. I try to
It
come
makes
up
a
with
lot of sense. I'm an
analogies.
analogy guy.
Yes, it's the interest. They own an interest in your property. They do not own your property. Interest is a type of property, like your car. Like, let's say if you came up with an invention, intellectual property, that interest is coming from your brain, your mind.
Right.
You can sell that property that came from your mind to another person, okay? And that's what they do. So when they go to foreclosure, since like with the IRS analogy that I was giving everybody before, everybody thinks that they owe money to the IRS instead of the other way around. The same is true with foreclosure. The absolute same is true with foreclosure. Foreclosure is an accounting maneuver. When they foreclose and then they try to evict, mind you, the lender was selling his interest in the woman. Once the lender sold his interest, the interest became zero. It became $0. So when the lender transferred his interest to another guy, technically he conveyed nothing. If you understand, yes, the bidder, okay, yes, the bidder, it appears that the bidder paid. It's sort of like, I want to pay to get in on this gig, okay? And so the lender will say, hey, well, the debt outstanding on this beautiful woman is $100,000. Once the bidder pays $100,000, Now the debt is zero. The interest is now zero. There is zero interest left in this woman. So when the mortgage company starts recording deeds saying that the property and title transferred, this is a lie. Okay, on the face, I know it's written on the document that your property transferred to a buyer, but the substance of what that document says, when you scratch that document some more, and I was like, okay, well, what was the amount of the debt? What amount of debt survived this foreclosure? How much debt survived? Because in order for you to evict me, okay, there has to have been a debt that survived the foreclosure. No debt survived the foreclosure. The debt was $0. Your interest in the woman was terminated at the foreclosure. So you can't then show up at court and be like, Judge, I want you to order this woman to come be with me and let her visit me. Okay, I want to have possession of this woman. The judge cannot do that. The judge cannot grant you possession of this woman. It can't do it.
No, yeah.
But most people don't know that. They don't understand that. And like I said, it is the confusion where people lose their homes. They lose it in it's the confusion of not understanding what's supposed to happen. Once that foreclosure happened, the lender was supposed to record a release of lien because the interest was terminated. It was satisfied. There was no longer any interest for to do it, to transfer anything, to convey anything. There was no more interest after the foreclosure. So if someone shows up a day after foreclosure, when the foreclosure was the accounting maneuver, it was the event to close out the lender's interest in that woman, and then they show up later and was like, oh, I still have an interest. So what was the point of the foreclosure then? What was the
Right.
point of it? The point was to satisfy your interest in that property. And so when they show up in possession courts or eviction courts, it's fraud. And you have to know that it is. It
Well,
is fraud.
the right from the get-go, I did mortgages for 17 years.
So you know.
And I used to always question the closing attorney. It says here, in return for a loan I have received, and it doesn't say what they received.
They received nothing.
So I said, so why did they agree to pay anything?
Because they're confused. They don't know.
There's
People do
nothing
not,
there.
there's nothing to pay. So once a person goes to closing on their house, most people cannot keep their nerve enough not to pay, because once you go to closing, the lender, where did the lender get the credit or the value from that he used to pay the seller?
Right.
The lender got that value from you.
Well,
All the lender did was converted your value into electronic funds and sent it on over to the seller of the house. So the lender is not a creditor. And if you think about it, it doesn't operate or move like a creditor either. It's a middleman. But people make the mistake. Remember when I said the 48 Laws of Power is a book that I want everyone to read. The lender does a great job pretending to be a creditor, don't they? Don't they?
Yeah.
They do a very good job at pretending to be a creditor. It does not matter what you say, that you do not owe them. They do not care. They continue to act and behave as a creditor, even though we all know that this is a farce. But you have to have the same amount of belief as that lender. And the problem is people don't have the same belief, and the lender ends up victorious in the end.
Oh, yeah.
Because he stuck to his beliefs that he was a creditor, even though you know you're a damn liar. You are a liar from the get-go. You are not a creditor. You are a middleman. You were a middleman between me and the seller. You never gave me anything. All the value to create this promissory note came from me.
Yeah, it's originated from the The creditor. Who's the creditor?
Correct, which
Oh.
is the borrower, but it's that word borrower. Have you ever seen the movie? It was a movie. It's called The Manchurian Candidate, and
Yes.
it was one of my favorite movies. And you know how they would say a word, and it's sort of like the person's they would become into this zombie-like state.
Yeah.
It's the same when you call a person a borrower and they start to feel their heart drops into their stomach and they're like, oh my God, I owe these people. It's sort of like that word borrower. It has so much power over the minds of, it's almost like if you would tell people, if you would trade borrower for slave, okay,
Oh, it's the
and
same.
people would start to reject that immediately, but they don't reject the label borrower.
I tell everybody, you're all slaves. I tell them all the time.
Yes, but if
Christina,
you,
I've beaten him in court. Okay,
yes,
I got three tickets for no driver's license, and I wiped
you
the
beat them.
faces. I
Look
wiped the
at
faces
you.
of the prosecutors across the table. They
It's
don't
no,
want to see me in the
they don't
courtroom
want to
because
see you coming. I love that. They don't want to see you coming because you don't have to be belligerent. You
no.
don't have to be loud or boisterous.
Oh
You
no,
don't have to
I'm like Mr.
argue.
Stern. I stand there and I say, "Sir, you have not shown you have jurisdiction here today."
Yes, you haven't
And he
shown.
starts
And
rattling off again. I says, "Sir, I can't hear you."
I I'm gonna use that. I can't hear. I'm sorry. I'm hard of hearing, sir. I'm deaf. I'm deaf. As
There's only one more
DEATH.
question. I know there's other people. So,
Yes.
the
We need to
problem.
talk some more
Oh
because you
yeah,
have a big problem. You have a two-tiered problem.
yeah.
One is the foreclosure. You need to go after your money for
And
that property.
I can use that telephone number to text you, right?
Yes, text
Okay.
me.
The
I'm
other
sorry.
thing
When
is,
I released that number, you guys, my inbox filled up almost
I
instantly.
can imagine.
So I am so sorry, y'all.
Wait in line.
I try to get through as many of them as I can and
I'll take
answer
care of the
you
baby
guys.
first.
Yes, please. And sometimes y'all's issue is so complex that it's difficult for me to answer. Okay.
Well, I don't know
So
if anybody's
yes,
running into the problem that I've had. I sent in those the documents, for to IRS
yes.
and
Which ones?
the last group. What are they? 10,
Oh, the
10?
borrow from the 1041.
Yes.
Okay.
And JP Morgan is the agent for IRS.
JP Morgan is the agent for the I. Look at that.
I got the green cards back. I could not track my certified mail. Still can't. Can't track the green card. It took from March 6th until a week ago to get my green card back.
Oh wow.
It was sent out
JP
March
Morgan
18th.
Chase. And that's because the government also they're borrowers too. The government borrows, so that makes sense that JP Morgan would
Well,
be
it's
an
unlawful.
agent.
It's
It
unlawful
is.
because you have a
It's a
private,
monopoly.
right?
Yeah. It's a monopoly. It's effectively a monopoly. Yes, it is. Yep.
So
And they're winning against us too. They're
well,
stealing houses. They're stealing 401ks.
oh yeah,
These people. This is a kleptocracy. I try to explain to other Americans. I'm
yeah,
like, listen, we live in a kleptocracy.
yeah.
We're
And
getting
now I'm going
robbed
to
all
use.
over the down place.
I'll let you know how I make out. I'm sending FedEx. The next group I'm sending out in FedEx because
Okay.
FedEx demands them to sign.
Oh, very good.
The post office, they just play stupid.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I went through 3 different towns, the postmasters, and they don't want to talk to me. They're like pansies.
Yes.
So it's they
And they'll
give you
try
a
to
month.
pretend like you're the crazy one. They'll try to pretend as the information that you're saying to them, it sounds so crazy what you're
Well, they
saying.
tell me, we'll give you your money back. I said, no, I don't want no money back. Then I can't sue you.
That's a good one. Yep. Oh my goodness. It's good talking to you. We're
Oh
going to
yeah.
talk soon because you have
All right,
a complex issue.
if you see Giglio, Giglio, that's me.
That's you. Got
And
you.
I wrote in here, lips are for two things, kissing and lying, and I ain't kissing in them.
And I'm not kissing. I love that.
All right,
Thank
great
you,
talking with you.
Ziglio. Thank
All
you so
righty.
much.
All right.
Jai Hill.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey,
Christine, how are
Jai. How are
you?
you? I'm sorry for the long wait. Go
That's,
ahead.
that's okay. I appreciate you. You've been given some amazing gems. Your analogies are phenomenal, just to
Thank
let you
you.
know.
I'm trying. I know it seems complex to understand some of the stuff that I'm saying, but it's really we get taught that these things are complex, like, for legal issues. They tell you
Mm-hmm.
that you need a lawyer because, oh, this legal field is so complex that you wouldn't be able to understand it, and you need an attorney to help you. And I
Right.
really try to come up with analogies to show you, like, no, you don't. This stuff is so simple that my teenagers could understand it.
Well, you're doing an
So I'm
awesome job.
trying. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have three questions, but they're really quick and simple questions.
Okay, yes.
The first one is I am new in Patreon, and I noticed several of the videos that I went to go look, say that they're Vimeos, but they don't exist.
They're missing.
Are those
Hmm.
videos going to be reactivated?
I can.
Especially the debt collections. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get my credit and stuff
You
together.
want to fix your credit. Okay, so
Yeah.
I can re-upload those videos, but since I have released those videos, I have a better process than what those videos show you at the time that I released them. So for like credit, let me tell you something you guys may or may not have known about credit. You guys have heard of the CFPB before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the CFPB is an enforcement agency. You have to understand that it is there to enforce the codes and the statutes that already exist for the corporations. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you are trying to fix your credit report, okay, let's say you go to your credit report and then you copy a particular um, reporting on your credit file. Let's say Wells Fargo is reporting that you owe a credit card balance of $1,500 and that you've been late several times, okay, and they're
Mm-hmm.
reporting it as a negative account. Now, within that account, it says that this debt has been charged off. So what this means in a charge off is that, well, technically the debt was paid for. A charge off means that the the entity that's reporting the debt decided to file an insurance claim to recoup their money that way. And so since they recoup that money through an insurance, this account is reporting as a charge off. Well, technically, the information on the account, it's supposed to say that your debt is satisfied because they've already gotten paid from an insurer, but they don't. So when you go to the CFPB, okay, these are FCRA violations. And some of you guys, I'm funny about using AI or chatbots, but for this particular reason, AI would be a good resource to use. So what you'll do is that you want to take that whatever that account is and say, hey, tell me what FCRA violations come up in this reporting, and the chatbot will say, oh, FCRA blah blah blah, FCRA blah blah blah, consumer law blah blah blah. It will pull the codes for you. When
Mm-hmm.
you go to the CFPB, you're going to say, hey, the CFPB asks you, what product or service are you complaining about? Well, I'm complaining about my Experian credit report. Okay. And it says, well, what on your Experian credit report are you are you complaining about? Okay, well, I'm complaining about this specific account. Okay, it says complaint. This is where people lose the plot because they think, you remember, this is an enforcement agency. So it means that if you're coming to them, you're only here for them to enforce the rules. You're not here to complain to them. You've already interpreted that an error has occurred, that a violation has occurred. So once you get to the CFPB, it is an enforcement agency. But what people do when they go to the CFPB is that they complain as if they have not already identified what the violation is. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so when you go to the CFPB and you say, hey, CFPB, tell me whether or not Experian followed FCRA, blah, 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 and you list the codes. And then you submit it. That's it. You don't complain. You don't say, "Hey, they're reporting inaccurate information. This account doesn't belong to me," or you don't do any of that. You simply ask the CFPB, "Hey, CFPB, did Experian follow FCRA section blah 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 blah?" And you submit that as a complaint. The CFPB is going to send that over to Experian and say, "Hey, Experian, did you follow FCRA blah 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 blah?" Experian is going to come back and they're going to give some kind of excuse that avoids answering you. That is your evidence. When they do that, when Experian shows up, they'll come and say, "Oh, she's a debtor and she never pays any of her bills on time, and all she does is borrows and begs and blah blah blah, and the data furnisher said that she owes this money and she's angry with us because we won't take it off her credit report because it is true and factual and blah blah blah." Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
what they have said, they never answered the question that you asked was, "Are you complying with this FCRA?" And the answer is no, because they just talked about a whole bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with the question that you asked the CFPB. So
Mm-hmm.
once you get that response, you go back to Experian and say, "Hey, here is from the CFPB. Here's your response that this account is wrong." And they started removing negative reports from credit files based on that method. I just haven't shared it with you guys yet. So you can do that yourself with your credit file. And I'm at some point, I'm going to sit down and show you guys how to go through your credit report
Okay.
one by one, and you use the CFPB. Okay, the corporations hate the CFPB because the CFPB has the authority to take money from the corporations for violations, and they do not want to be the ones to pay. So what they're doing is hoping that you misunderstand that the CFPB is an enforcement agency. You
Mm-hmm.
have already identified, you don't need someone to interpret that they are putting something incorrect on your credit report. You've already identified it. The
Right.
only thing you need to do is to go and get the code. Remember, we're dealing with computers here. There
Mm-hmm.
are no people working in these places that you think that are just filled to capacity with humans. They are not. You're dealing with machines. So when you give it the code that, "Hey, Experian is violating this FCRA code," okay? You're not going to tell them that they're violating. You're going to ask them, "Hey, are you following this?" And they're going to have to say yes or no. Usually, what they do is that they come and talk about everything except the question that you asked. And when
Mm-hmm.
they do that, they're validating that they did not follow that FCRA code. And now you have your evidence to get it deleted from your credit file.
Okay. Awesome.
So that's how that works. You can use the CFPB. So to answer your question, I can restore the video, but I think I have a more effective formula using the CFPB to fix your credit report. So if you guys want me to put those old videos, it's still good content. It's still good information. But I think I have a faster, if you just want to clean your credit up, I have a much faster way to do that using the CFPB.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Are you gonna re-upload the recoupment videos as well?
I can, all of them.
All
I
of
can
them.
I can re-upload all of those videos back to, I forget, something funky happened on Patreon, but my Vimeo account got closed down, but I can reopen it now. They told me that I can reconnect a third party streaming platform to my Patreon now, so I can reconnect it, and I absolutely can upload all those videos if you would like.
Awesome. This would be
Yes,
great. And my
yes,
next
I can do
question
that.
and my next question is, I am currently still paying for Dropbox.
Okay. You can, if you have no use for Dropbox, turn that subscription off if you don't want it. You can turn it off at any time. Turn off your Dropbox subscription. At
Okay.
any time, I have to go in. The issue with Dropbox is still good. Like, if you guys subscribe to Dropbox, okay, you'll get access to the documents that is already in there. Now, I had went out of my own money and I had paid technicians thousands of dollars to, hey, when people subscribe to Dropbox, I want you to automate a workflow so that I don't have to be present to let them in, because sometimes I am busy, I am away. I want you to automate this so once they pay, they are automatically granted access, and when they cancel, they are automatically removed from Dropbox once they cancel. And so I kept paying all this money for these techs to come in and set up these workflows, but none of the workflows, none of them worked. So I
Mm.
had stopped paying for these workflows. So if you look, I don't have a bunch of subscribers, but I got thousands of people in Dropbox. I
Mm-hmm.
only have a handful of subscribers, but there are thousands of people. So there are thousands of people within Dropbox, and
Yeah.
pretty much I'm footing the bill for, the Dropbox subscription, but they're
Okay.
all there and none of them, are paying the subscription fee for it. So
Oh.
all of my IT, um, all of the help I hired for IT, none of that stuff worked and fell through, but Dropbox is still good. I still upload information into Dropbox despite um, the IT situation with the account. I hate that it does not work the way that I want it to. So at any time, you are free to cancel anytime you want. You have no obligation to keep a subscription that you do not want or you don't feel like you benefit from.
Okay. Okay. Because I don't know, for some reason I was thinking that being in the Patreon, then I wouldn't have to pay for
You
the,
shouldn't. If
you
you
know.
would like me to, I can add you. I
Okay.
can I can add you, turn off your subscription, and then I'll just go ahead and manually add. Let me write your name down because I will leave here like I got babies. One of them
Okay.
will holler right now. I will leave, and then I will forget. Let me see.
Okay.
What's your name? Let me write your name down.
J
Add
Marie Hill. My email is J Marie Hill
J Marie. I got you. J
marketing,
Marie
J Marie Hill marketing at gmail.com.
Marketing at Gmail.
And that's the letter J Marie Hill marketing.
Marketing.com. I
Hmm.
sure can. I will add you, turn off the subscription, and then I'll manually add you, and you won't pay a subscription price for the Dropbox.
Okay. And my
Hmm.
last question was, will you upload the sample certificate of trust?
Yes. Oh, I didn't share that one with y'all.
No,
Oh, I'm
I don't see it. I
sorry.
looked everywhere in
Yeah,
Patreon
the
and
certification of trust. Yes,
yes,
absolutely. I can upload the certification of trust. Yes, I can. I thought I uploaded that
yes,
one. Okay. Yes,
yeah.
you guys are going to need that one. The certification of trust.
Hmm.
Miss
And my
Christina, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
here.
Real
Yes,
quick. I
yes,
missed out on the Zoom, the first one. Will it be re-uploaded or
yes. Both of them will. The one from 2 weeks ago, y'all. I'm sorry. The Zoom never stopped recording, so it went to like 20 hours before I
oh
realized it
wow.
was still running. And so I had to go in, and once I cut it down from 20 hours, the file corrupted. So I'm like, oh, I got to figure out how to uncorrupt the file, but I'm still working to get it uncorrupted. I'm cutting that additional 20 hours from the recording, and then I'm going to upload it. So I did run into some issues trying to upload that last Zoom, but this Zoom, I won't let that happen. And I am going to upload it listen to me, this is my promise. I am going to upload it as soon as we get off of here. So
okay.
I do
Thank
not
you.
forget. So yes,
Thank you.
And
Christina,
my last
oh,
question
sorry.
was,
yes.
my last question was, I did not have not done the bar from yourself. However,
Mhm.
I do owe the IRS from 2020 and 2021. And my question is, as it relates to the 843, am I
Mhm.
going to use the same options as you presented on the video?
Yes, you can. Is it like an individual tax return or is it like a
Yes,
return? Okay. So
it's
for
individual
individual,
taxes.
yeah, for individual tax return, you would use that same form at the bottom where it asks for your name and your social. You would enter your name and your social and your information because you're doing it as like a 1040 taxpayer
Yes,
instead
use
of a
a 1040.
1041. Absolutely. Send that 843 in and continue to tell them to refund. Remember, if you look at that form, y'all, and I want y'all to take a little bit of time, when you look up what the word abatement means, and you
Mm-hmm.
look up uh, that when you look at the 843 form where it says abatement or refund, they do not distinguish between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Abatement means to cancel or delete something, but a refund means the same thing. You're canceling. So let's say you owe $1,000 in taxes, okay? And you send that 843 form in. The 843 form says that you could either ask us to cancel or refund, but they never distinguish between the two because once you send that abatement form in, what you're essentially, you want the refund. Even though refund and abatement mean the same thing, you want the IRS to cancel out that thousand. That canceling that thousand in accounting terms would be the IRS has they have an infinite number of negative, okay? In accounting, adding a negative number to a positive number brings it to zero, and then the IRS will disperse to you that I'm using 1,000 as an example. That I'm not saying that that's how much your taxes are, but that the IRS will disperse that thousand to you.
Actually it's like 50 something thousand is what
Okay,
between the 2 years
yes, and you want that 50,000 back. Okay,
plus the
so the
payments, plus the
plus the
payments.
interest, plus yes,
Okay.
you want the penalties too. And you
Okay.
really have to every day, okay? This stuff, I'm not trying to sound cliche here, okay? You how what you think and believe influences how you act, okay? It
Yes.
absolutely does. And I know that some of this stuff is like I'm new, I don't really understand all of it. Okay, so I don't feel really confident. You really have to change that attitude and that behavior because that is the difference between succeeding and the IRS. You hear how the first Miss Patricia we were talking to, they
Mm-hmm.
will get nasty with you. They will try to tell you that you are crazy and you have to stand firm in your resolve. Okay, ma'am, I understand you believe that. Okay, but I submitted this IRS form 843, and you still have not given me a good reason as to why you have not processed it yet. An abatement or refund, it is a negative valued form. When
Mm.
you submit it, so for example, okay, I know accounting can be, it's really basic. It's not as difficult as you think. The
Mm-hmm.
IRS is saying you owe a positive $50,000.
Mm.
Okay,
Yep.
the abatement form, because it is an abatement or a refund, that is a credit. Credit is negative. It is a
Yeah.
negative number. So the moment you fill out the form for a refund or an abatement, you are now supplying a negative 50,000 to the IRS. So now a 50,000 with a negative 50,000 is zero. The
Mm-hmm.
account is balanced. But that 50,000 that the IRS was holding has to be released. You have to think of it in terms. Think of it if you were going to your ATM. And some of you might not pay attention, but just when you go to the ATM to pull out some cash, take a look at your receipt. Let's say you were going to your ATM to pull out $50,000. When you put $50,000 into the ATM, it gives a negative number to
It
your
does.
account, and then the ATM releases the amount that you were just asking it for. The same is true for the IRS. So I know I hate them spooky letters, okay? I know they send them spooky letters talking about you owe us money. It is telling you that money is in this account. We can't, like a printer, if there was a printer jam, who else is going to reach in to remove the jam? So the IRS is saying that, hey, You got 50,000, but they do word these letters because they have made so much money off of the misunderstanding. So
Yeah.
you have to understand the game is nothing personal. They just trying to make money. You have to understand that aspect of it, that they have made trillions of dollars off the American people's misunderstanding of the tax system. So when they send you these letters, yes, it feels like there's a level of threat. And some of these people will, even under the guise of administration, like for example, when they tell you, oh, we're going to levy you and we're going to
They
do blah,
levy.
blah, blah.
They canceled my passport. I can't even go out of the country now.
Yes, it's administrative. It's administrative, and you have to stop them from doing that because what does you have to remember the government operates on a separation of powers. This means that one branch does not talk to the other. They
Mm,
never talk to each other. They have to stay separated at all times because if not, you get what's happening to you right now. They'll start to
mm,
freeze your account. They've frozen. They're now talking to all these agencies and they're not
right,
supposed to be doing that. But
right,
they know the citizens don't know. They don't understand what the Constitution is and what it was created to do. IRS is not supposed to be talking to Health and Human Services.
right.
They are not. This is dangerous because this is how you get. Remember the Power Rangers, where all the different Rangers would create a Zord, and then they would just become now this one powerful entity. The same can happen with government if you're not careful. They will start to consolidate power. This is why people who have child support, they get their bank accounts levied. They get put in jail because the child support office is not a court. But they are talking to courts, and then they go from talking to a court, they're talking to all these different agencies. What's happening when they're kicking your information from one agency to another? Who can answer that question? When
Identity theft.
it not only is it identity theft, but think about it, yes, they are kicking your identity around, but something else is happening too. When the IRS kicks your information over to Health and Human Services and over to the State Department, and then they kick you over to the Justice Department, is this not a Privacy Act violation?
Yes, it is.
They are right in your
They're,
face.
they're colluding.
They're
Wow.
colluding right in your face. But you think this is where they succeed because you think that you did something wrong and you behave a certain way. You start to cower when you get that letter. You start to feel like, oh my God, I'm scared. And now that they're talking to the passport office, you feel like, oh my God, my life, they're going to destroy me. They're going to do this. I'm going to go to jail. When
Yep.
in reality,
They're
the
gonna levy
party
my
that's in,
house. They're threatening
yes,
to levy my house and
correct.
everything.
Yes. And they should not be doing those things. So the CID of the IRS exists for this reason.
Okay.
Because you have someone internally within, not someone, but you have a program within the IRS that has been either programmed to do this, it shouldn't be doing this. That is what the CID of the IRS is for. It is to restrain it is to restrain the agents and the programs within the IRS. Before, we all thought that the CID was, hey, this corporation isn't paying its taxes. When you think about it, there are 300 million Americans in the United States. Do we reasonably think that this one agency of a couple of thousand would be able to investigate because they are committing fraud against every state, against every person in the United States?
Yes.
Would this one office be able to go out and investigate all of these so-called tax evasions or um, um, whatever, any infraction committed against a taxpayer? They would not be able to investigate all of this. It does not stand to reason. So, what was the purpose of the CID It was to control the agents within the IRS and its programs. So when I say programs, I'm talking about, like in your case, the 1040 is a type of program. The
Mm-hmm.
1041 is a different type of program, okay? Something or someone, okay, has manipulated these programs to behave in a way that it shouldn't behave. The CID is like the antivirus department within the IRS. A virus has broken out. They seize in my bank accounts and freeze in my passport. This
Yes.
is what viruses do. It hijacks. That is what they're doing within the IRS. The CID, which is an investigative department. What are they investigating? It's a virus somewhere. And I'm using that as an example.
Yes.
Okay, this is not operating the way that it should. So in terms of that, that's one another too. I needed to do a video to explain that to you guys, because some of you guys think like when they send levies to your bank, the IRS not supposed to be sending your information out of here. This is wrong. But if the citizens don't know that it's wrong and then they start to behave as if, oh my God, I did something. I'm the wrong person here. I offended the government. I need to figure out how to pay these taxes, okay? And
Yes.
look at how corrupt the system is now. Look at it, because they've gotten trillions of dollars and they continuously have gotten away with violating the separation of powers by talking to each other. That's why they are separate. If there was no value in separating them, then they would all be together. But they're not, and there's a reason for it.
Wow. Mm.
So I am sorry that that's happening to you, but yes, get that abatement form into about regarding your 1040, and you also consider contacting the CID of the IRS, because your information, you do not listen when they bring allegations against you talking about taxes. You do not answer any questions regarding that. That is a red herring. That is something to get you off of the point, is that they're doing something that they should not do. And what they will do is try to get you off of that, and they will try to move you over here. Hey, well, I know you're talking about this Privacy Act violation, but you owe $50,000 and blah, blah, blah. They will try to take your attention off of the elephant in the room,
Okay.
which is the fact that you are leaking my information to other agencies without my consent. That
Wow.
has to stop right now. You go to the State Department. How did you get my information? Who sent over this administrative hold to you? Who sent it?
Mm.
And why did they send it? And show me what information that they shared with you. Because now you technically have a tort claim against the government.
Mm. Mm.
It does not matter. They will come in there and they'll say, oh, she owe us taxes and she ain't paid us in 10 years and she's a debtor and she's blah. They will do all of that to confuse the issue at hand. None of that is relevant, because you really don't owe taxes, and you have to believe that. The issue that is relevant is that they're passing your information around.
Mm.
They're passing your information from one agency to another. They're hoping that you don't understand that they're doing it in violation of the Constitution, in violation of their statutes that say that technically they can't do it. They can do it if you don't say that it was wrong. If you never say that it was wrong, technically it was right from their perspective. But
Mm.
you have to stop it, and you need names. Give me a name. I need a name. Who initiated this? Because you can pierce. They have immunity so long as they're doing their job.
Mm.
Immunity can be pierced. Yes, you have immunity. Yes, you are protected, but only if you're doing your job. Transferring my information to another government entity is not a part of your job duties, especially without my consent.
Mm.
And you have to know that. You have to. And they get away with doing this because people don't know. They get away with it.
Wow.
Christina, don't they tell you though? Because I'm like my mother, they said that we can't give you your information because our employees fall under the Privacy Act. So therefore we can't give you your information. So
You
can't
see
they?
how you see it? Listen to what
Yeah.
you just said. Listen, stop for a second. Everybody. What's your name that started speaking? Let me see. I want to address you by your name.
Dana, Dana, Dana. Yeah.
Dana said that when I send a FOIA request, they protect the identity of the worker, but they don't protect yours. Do you
Mm.
see how
Exactly. It's so twisted.
you have to protect it. It has to be you. They're protecting themselves. If you send a FOIA request, yes, if it violates a constitutional right of privacy,
Mm-hmm.
Privacy Act
they
is even
can.
stronger though. Privacy Act is like you don't even have to pay a fee. Privacy Act's the hardcore when you ask for your own info. And my mother's 80. I mean, she just asked for basic, they can't deny a Privacy Act. FOIA, they can play games, but Privacy Act, you can't. And
Yes, they can't. And in some cases, that is true. Okay, I think I misunderstood what you were saying. That I have experienced that too when I sent the FOIA like to the VA regarding my mortgage. When I sent the FOIA to the VA was like, "Oh, because of privacy, we can't release this information to you. So you can't release it to me, but you can release my information to all these other government agencies without my consent." I'm the actual person that's asking for these records. And they will tell you in some cases that, oh, because of, privacy laws, we're limited in the information that we can release to you. And they can either redact certain information or not release it to you at all
Mm-hmm.
if their statute allows for them to exempt the information. They absolutely can do that. So if they can do that to you, think about that. If they can tell you, and it's your information, that,
Right.
okay, well, we don't want to violate any Privacy Act, so how did the State Department get? And you might want to try something that would catch them in that. Send a Freedom of Information of Act
Yeah.
request, asking
That's
them who was the employee that transmitted my information to the State Department. You have to ignore when they start to threaten you or you owe us taxes. And in our policy, it says blah blah blah. Your policy don't mean shit unless I give you permission to. Your policy means nothing unless I give you consent.
Yes.
You have to get consent from me first.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, your policy means nothing.
Christina, what I did, because my mother in New Hampshire, we contacted her congressional, one of the satellite offices, and signed a privacy release. So they're just waiting. But so the last time, because she was an immigrant and came in, and so this was
Okay.
Customs and Immigration. So they claim they did some passport bullshit, whatever. So so the last request we just made, I just said, this is a Privacy Act in capital letters, not an FOIA, because they have to give her info.
Correct.
And I said, privacy release already signed with congressional. They've got the chief working on her case now. So it doesn't take much
Wow,
to
look
sign
at
that.
you.
Yeah,
Look at
F
you,
around, right?
Dana. Go, Dana. That's what I'm talking about. That
Yep.
is a good point. A
Yep.
Yeah.
Privacy Act request. And I have done a Privacy Act request too, versus a Freedom of Information Act, because Freedom of Information Act is for public. But a
Okay.
Privacy Act request is specific, it's unique to you.
Oh,
It is
yes.
unique to you or someone who may have given you power of Dana. That's a good
And
one.
it's the law that they
That's
can't
a
charge you.
good
They can't
one,
charge you a
Dana.
fee. They can't charge you a fee when it's a Privacy Act. It's against the law for them to
Correct.
charge you, so it's free. But also
That's
just say that you
true.
signed it with your congressional person. You're going to get the chief working on it, because they can't say. I mean, we've done 21 Privacy Act. Not a single record's come back of my mother. She's never been late on anything. So it's like, what's going on here? It's complicated, but again, I mean,
Privacy Act.
yep.
That was good advice. That is a great testimony, Dana. Yes, that is good,
Can I
especially for
ask
yours.
Dana a question, Christina?
Yeah, go
Dana,
ahead.
so Dana, where did you send the request to for the
I mean,
privacy?
we sent. My mother it's complicated. She was born displaced person in World War II, And the monetization, what they did with these people, it goes deep all the way up to
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's scary. But anyways, long story short, we noticed an anomaly in our tax transcript. Went to the TAS office. They said they couldn't access anything besides what we see on irs.gov. So I knew that was wrong. So we did 19 different privacy acts, sent them handwritten, her information. Not a single record came back. Not a single record. I mean, crazy responses, like threatening, recommend you contact legal counsel, privacy acts, our employees fall under it, on and on. So I called her congressional representative, a satellite office though. So look for a satellite office because they usually answer, and they're great. They're there to help. And so they sent her a privacy release. But I thought, okay, let's find out what we really want to do. And I mean, like USCIS, they can't claim the records because she came through the port. It's an impossibility. So
Right.
so the second one I just sent recently on her behalf was just like, this is Privacy Act in all capital letters. This is what we need. If anything's redacted, we will be taking this for a congressional inquiry. The privacy release is already, because you have to sign a privacy release they'll send you a privacy release, each congressional office. And it said already signed. So we will be taking this to the next level, as needed.
Okay.
So it really works because, again, the chief responded to my mother, at least in 19 days. We're going to, we let the first one go. Like IRS sent the green card back unsigned. And it's been like almost 4 months. I mean, FinCEN has had this assigned for 6 months. They downgraded it to a FOIA, but it's been assigned for 6 months. It's just really questioning. They got her stuff off ledger because they're using it on the nightly repo line. It's complicated, but I know what they're doing. They monetize all these Holocaust, all these survivors. My mother's not Jewish, but they monetize the displaced persons majorly to fund Germany, the country again. It goes deep. And then 9/11 happened. They consolidate. They put it under the alien property custodians, still beneficiaries. It's a complicated case, but I know what they've done, how corrupt they are. And then 9/11, when they consolidated, the trillions missing, and then 9/11 happened and got everybody's attention off of the big picture.
Oh yeah, Rumsfeld came out and he was like, "Hey, America, 2 trillion is missing from the treasury," and then the next thing, that's true. That's very true.
All the people that died from the were all killed. The first floor, the possibility. Anyways, it gets deep. I stopped there because I don't want to.
That's a great freaking suggestion, Dana. Privacy Act. So you might want to consider that because this State Department should not have been talking to the IRS. Those two agencies do not talk. Now, if you decided to take your information from the IRS over to the State Department, you can do that because technically that's consent. But they do not, and they'll try to hide it, saying that, well, this is just administrative. It's just administrative, okay? We just do the paperwork around here. We didn't, it says that, if you have an outstanding tax obligation that we have to do this. In reality, those statutes are discretionary, and that's another one we will have to talk about in another Zoom, that some of these agencies have discretion, which is freaking dangerous. Can you imagine if your computer had discretion as to whether or not it would accept your command to open a Word document?
Wow.
Your computer can decide. So you click the Word document and your computer was like, I don't want to open it today. That's discretion. So some of the go ahead.
That's what they're moving towards right now with full control. That's why you want to get yourself over people that are just starting, get your 56 over yourself, whatever, because they're going to be controlling everybody soon. That's what these data centers, I think, are.
They are trying. They are gaining. And all discretion is like, when you call the IRS and you're telling the IRS, hey, you guys owe me a return. I submitted a return to you. I haven't received my refund yet. What's going on? And they start to snap on you. This is discretion. This is them outside of their code. They're choosing that, okay, well, I could either help this customer or I could blow up on her. That's what discretion is. And you start to see that they have, this is a lot of discretion. They have no say so. You don't have any discretion when it comes to my information, my accounts. Okay, you do not have discretion when it comes to matters involving me. You don't. But in some of their statutes, it allows for discretion. A particular place where this discretion is most abused is the courts. The judges exercise so much discretion and they're not supposed to. And people don't know that the judge, like judges are not supposed to decide who's right or who's wrong or to weigh evidence. Most people don't know that.
Why?
And they,
I'm sitting around
yes,
listening to what you listening to, especially when you bring me food late after the fact.
hey, sorry, y'all. Some people don't know that they're not muted. I'm so sorry about that. And I got a bunch of people in here,
Continue.
so it's hard for me to see who is it. So I have to, let me see. How do I mute everybody? Okay, mute all. Let me see. Okay. So I was talking to,
Jay.
okay, there you go, Jay. Okay, yes, Jay. So that was freaking good advice, Jay. Consider that Privacy Act request. And I have one of those. And it's so, you know how you just do so much that you have so much information in your mind. And when you're talking to a person, it's like, I know that information, but it doesn't come out at that moment. That was a very good, example, Privacy Act versus a FOIA. Most of my documents, like when I send requests for information to these agencies, I get that information through FOIAs. And when they ask me questions saying, like, in terms of the fee, okay, that fee is one of the things that's discretionary in a FOIA request. And I tell them, oh, it's for the public interest. This FOIA request it serves the public interest, meaning that it will do the public some good if you'll just go ahead and send these documents to me. And they always send it to me free of charge. I get no charge. They'll send me whatever documents I want. But that privacy request is a good one, especially if you have like resistance. If you get resistance from them, like Dana was explaining, where they don't send you what you asked for, or they ignore you, or they don't get right back with you, that is a good tactic, a Privacy Act request, because they can't deny your access to your own information or documents. But you also can use that same Privacy Act request or use that same Privacy Act statute when they start sending your information. They are transmitting your information back and forth through to other government agencies, and they're not supposed to be doing that. They're supposed to be separate at all times. They are not supposed to be together. I don't know if you guys were watching the Donald Trump, okay? I know everyone has their own feelings about Donald Trump. Like, don't focus on, him. I just want you to focus on a situation involving him. Donald Trump was talking about, I forget, the government was shut down. And Donald Trump was saying that, hey, listen, the lawmakers need to get together and figure out, okay, you need to figure out a budget so that it could get approved so that we can open up the government. And if you guys, you have to start paying close attention. So, what was his name? His name is, I can't think of his name. He kept saying to the president, you need to go sit down with lawmakers and we need to come up with a plan, because lawmakers, okay, the executive branch really holds the purse. They are in control of the money. And remember, the American people were saying that, well, the reason that the government is shut down is for money reasons. But what we did not know is that we were being extorted. It was happening in our faces. And the lawmakers were talking to Trump, and they were like, well, you need to come in here and you need to sit down and talk to us. That is a constitutional violation. He is the executive branch. He cannot go into an office with the legislative branch to talk about anything. He's not supposed to, and he said, "Oh no, I'm not going to do that." He declined it, and so I was like, he should have declined it because you're the executive branch. You're not supposed to be in a room with the legislative branch talking about nothing because you get tyranny when you get these different branches of government and they start to blur the lines of separation. That's why it feels like it really feels like we are not free. We all of us talking like I feel like a slave. I feel like I don't have any freedom. I feel like I can't control my life. Okay, things are happening to me I don't want to happen. The more you feel that, the more the government is consolidating its power. And a big issue is that the citizens are not keeping them separate. The citizens do not know that these three branches are supposed to be separate at all times. So you start to get uh, enforcement agencies like sending liens and levies. Okay, they start sending liens and levies to your bank saying that, hey, you're going to take these funds from her and you're going to do blah, blah, blah without without due process, without a trial, without you just get to kind of administratively convict me and then deprive me of all my property. Okay, and that is exactly what's going on. The separation of powers, they're blurring it more and more, chiseling, hammering, sickling away at that separation. So when someone like the young lady that's speaking about her passport did not realize those two agencies are not supposed to be talking to each other.
I did not.
She
Yeah,
does not realize it. They're not supposed to be talking.
realize one thing. Like I had a project years ago. I'm a recruiter, business development, and the agencies don't talk to one another. Like so, you get like
No.
a so, and they're
Yep.
not supposed to, but they keep it that way. I hired this program manager. They thought he'd be like a dud, but he was really good. So they fired him on Christmas. But the point is that they don't want agencies to talk to one another because they want their own control. So
Correct.
it's like a one half dozen or the other. It's crazy, but yeah, they're really corrupt, and they want to keep it that way because they don't want anyone else to see what they're doing. So if you do catch
Yes.
them and report them, like I said, the Privacy Act, get your congressman, get the Privacy Act release. At least they'll just email it to you. And then also, it's against the law to charge for Privacy Act. You have to specify it because they'll downgrade it to FOIA. They'll downgrade it to FOIA on the site and stuff. Like I've seen that happen a couple times with my mother. So make sure in capital, this is a Privacy Act, not a FOIA. And say that you've already
Very
signed
good
it.
advice.
If any information is
Yep.
redacted, you will be proceeding with a congressional inquiry because that's what the Congress representatives do against satellite offices because they answer and they're eager to help. That's their job. And it depends what state you're in. Like New Hampshire's pretty slow, but
Yes.
yeah, but get a
But
satellite office.
see, that's very good, Dana. And that separation of powers, too, when Dana was saying that they do not talk to each other, when they don't talk to each other, that is a good thing. Guess who is supposed to, if you choose to talk to these different agencies, it would have to come from you. You would have to be the one, like in Dana's case, okay? If Dana wanted to take some, maybe to get a passport, okay, she has to take a tax transcript over to, it's one of their procedural requests. She doesn't know that you're not required to do this. They're just assertively asking you for some. I'm using this as an example. The State Department is assertively asking you for your tax transcripts from the IRS. Okay, you can, if you choose to, walk those tax transcripts over to the State Department. You can do that, but the employees within the State Department cannot be transferring your information between government departments or agencies. Even if they're both executive level government agencies, they still serve a different function. For example, like State Department deals with like vital records. That is a type of executive branch because it has to carry out administrative tasks regarding, passports and birth certificates or whatever the case may be. That is a totally different issue from taxes. Okay, so you have that IRS is a type of executive agency, but its job is only to execute tax codes, okay? So those two agencies, even though they are both executive, the Constitution still applies. You are not, these departments are not supposed to be talking to each other, because what will happen is exactly what happened in this young lady's case, is that they, and not just hers, it's happened to me, it's happened to many people that I know, that these agencies, and we won't realize that these agencies are talking to each other and they're not supposed to do it. So when they start talking to each other, like in the young lady's case with the State Department, when I think it's Janae, am I saying
Jay,
that right?
Jay.
Jay, when the IRS started talking to the State Department, the moment Jay turned around to the State Department and started to explain herself from the State Department's perspective, the privacy violation was okay. She never addressed it. She started talking to us and explaining that she was going to make arrangements with the IRS, which is exactly what they wanted. So she's totally oblivious to the fact that, wait a minute, y'all are not even supposed to be talking. And you have to, when you're dealing with a situation like that, where these government agencies are talking, you do not want to hear anything they have to say about whatever issue they said that you haven't resolved. The
Right.
issue at hand right now is that you're spreading my information. You are transferring. Okay, this is technically racketeering. You transmitting through either email, computer. Okay, you're sending my information to the State Department. What is their goal here? You know that RICO carries conspiracy. If you're listening to me, what was the goal of the IRS to send an administrative hold, not a judicial hold, not that she's been found guilty by a jury of her peers, an administrative hold? What is their goal in freezing her passport? What do they want her to do?
Hey.
Also, Christina, one
Exactly.
other thing.
They want you. This is a conspiracy.
Yeah, they want me to pay. They want
They
me
One
to.
other
want you to pay.
Right.
one other thing I recommend, time it. Do your requests online. They only give you a little square to write a teeny bit. So do an attachment and list out the laws. But on 21 days, because they never respond. Half of them just will ignore, even for Privacy Act. But you can write out a whole document and attach it. Just make sure you take a screenshot. And then in 21 days, send a second notice, send the third, default them. Because again, I mean, the law, Privacy Act law and FOIA, is that they're supposed to have results in 21 days. There's no, unless they give you an excuse saying, hey, we need a few more months or whatever, but they never do. They just ignore you, and nobody defaults them. So do the second notice online, because they'll send you an account number, hopefully, if they respond. I mean, half of my mothers just ignored her completely, even though we got the green card, everything back, certified mail. But again, so default them though, because nobody does that. Just go back online if they give you a case number and give them a second notice on day 21, because by law, they're breaking their own laws and they take advantage of people.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are. Jay,
I'm
the
here.
RICO Act. The RICO Act is a United States federal law passed in 1970. It is designed to eradicate organized crime. Is the IRS and the State Department, is this not are they not organized?
Mm-hmm.
They are organized against you to get this desired effect, to shake you down, when in reality the 50,000, you don't owe that. That's just credit sitting in your account. That, let me explain it to you like this. It makes total sense, okay, that the IRS, well, we don't want y'all to just leave money in these accounts, okay, not money, credits. We don't want y'all to just leave credits in these accounts, okay, because we know that the employees are kleptos, okay. So when you have tax credits in these accounts, we're creating policies so that it would incentivize you to come and manually adjust this account, okay? So So technically the IRS is supposed to be giving you 50,000, but they are trying to, in your mind, they are trying to create this illusion that technically you're the one in the wrong and we're the ones that's owed money. Not only that, they are using government, which you help fund, I help pay for, you help pay for, everybody on this call helps pay for. They are using government equipment in order to facilitate it. The Constitution is to keep the government unorganized, if you understand that.
Mm-hmm.
They're organizing. They're organizing right in front of you. This is what organized crime is. When you're watching the court issue writs of possession, they are organizing and they're not supposed to. And in them organizing, the Constitution was to protect you of private property. It's your right to travel, not a type of, it's a liberty, it's a freedom. That's what your passport is. The Constitution was created to protect these very things. When you start to feel like, hold on, I feel less free, that the government is consolidating against you and it's dangerous. And you have to start now looking at, okay, where are they consolidating at? If you're in a foreclosure, if you're like Jay dealing with the IRS and the State Department conspiring against her,
Mm-hmm.
you have to start digging to see where is the government, how are they becoming, how are they consolidating this power? Because the Constitution was created to keep them unorganized and separated at all times. And the citizens were supposed to know that you have to keep them separate. Because if not, all of those three branches together forms a king. And a king can deprive you of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Mm. Wow.
A king can deprive you of those things. So sorry, that was drawn out. Dana, thank you so much for that information too. That was very good.
Thank you so
Jay,
much.
did that answer your question so I can try to
Yes,
move on to a couple of
yes,
others? Okay.
yes, yes, yes.
This is
Thank
a
you so
good
much.
conversation. You're very welcome. Is that Jules? Hey, Jules.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Hey.
Ooh, it's a good conversation tonight.
Yes,
Yes,
very.
I have a couple questions. I am going,
Sure.
we just got a sheriff's sale date for our home. That's not till July, but I want to take it out of circuit court and put it into federal court. How do I
Sure.
go about doing that?
Okay, so to move a case from circuit court, is that where it is, to federal court?
Yes.
The issue has to, okay, so the parties have to be diverse in jurisdiction, meaning is your lender, usually the lenders in the state is from a different state. They were incorporated somewhere else. Is
Hmm.
that true for your lender?
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Okay,
they're in
so
Missouri. Hmm.
okay, so that's one. So one of the questions have been answered. The parties are diverse in jurisdiction, meaning one person lives in one state and another entity lives in, it was incorporated. Incorporated is the same as birth, okay?
Hmm.
One entity was birthed in a different state. So for federal jurisdiction, the parties have to be diverse and the issue at hand has to be $75,000 or more.
Yes.
Okay, so that is called a federal question. Those two questions, when you are trying to determine whether or not the federal court has jurisdiction, what is the reason you want to go to federal court as opposed to state court where you technically have a little bit more power?
Oh, well, I was going to question the I wrote it down. Hold on one second.
Okay,
I was going to
sure.
question the validity of um hold on. I was going to question the validity of, because I was asking about the servicer and all that, but I did find who the actual servicer was, the investor, not the servicer.
Okay, the
This
investor.
right, the Bank of Launch is undocumented chain of title. Um, Also, let's see, what is this? Yeah, because it is the jurisdiction, diversity jurisdiction. You mentioned
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yes.
Um, because we went in. I know the reinstatement is finished. And I want to do a motion to dismiss because Arvis, um, the mortgage company, is the servicer that's taking us to court, not the actual bank. But
Okay.
the investor is Freddie Mac.
The creditor. Okay.
Right. The
The
investor.
actual creditor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Alleged creditor.
Alleged creditor. Yeah.
Okay, so they have taken you into court.
Mm-hmm.
And are you in a judicial foreclosure state?
I'm in Illinois. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'm from Illinois. Okay, I
Okay.
think Illinois is. I think they're. Let me look it up. I think they are judicial. I hate Illinois is like California is a very communist. They are anti-private property. Like all they do is steal in Illinois.
Right.
ILLINOIS a judicial foreclosure because I don't have property in Illinois foreclosure state. Okay, so Illinois is a judicial. It is. So the did they are they taking you into court because they are intending to foreclose?
Yes, that
Okay.
they entered the judgment I think
Okay.
last month, and the date for the sheriff's sale is July.
Okay.
So we've been installing them for about 9 months, almost 10 months
Okay.
since last
Okay.
year.
Okay. So do
Mhm.
you want like my unpopular opinion? My unpopular, not, it's not an opinion. It is
Mhm.
something I know for a fact because I have gone through it. I have
Right.
gone through every process of foreclosure.
Uh-huh.
I have gone through the foreclosure process.
Mhm.
I have gone through the eviction process where they dragged me into court
Mhm.
and tried to make a claim that, hey, we foreclosed on her and she has no right to possess the property. She's
Mhm.
now a tenant at sufferance.
Mhm.
And when I asked the court a question, I said, this is a fraud on the court because what was the purpose of the foreclosure? Think of it in terms of, let's say you were not a homeowner. Let's say
Mhm.
you were a renter.
Okay.
If your landlord took you into possession court to evict you,
Mhm.
wouldn't they be evicting you because you hadn't paid rent?
Right. Mhm.
Okay, so in a foreclosure, when the property goes to foreclosure, what the lender is really doing, I know it looks like they're selling your house and then you're going to get evicted, okay?
Mhm.
That is a public, this is mass psychosis. The
Mhm.
entire public is being fooled by this foreclosure process. Can you do me a favor? Can you bring me headache medicine and a bottle of water? The public is suffering from everyone believes this, everyone everywhere, and it's reasonable to believe it because maybe you saw your neighbor go through foreclosure and they got evicted. So you really do believe that when you go through foreclosure that this foreclosure is to pretty much put you out of your house, ruin your credit, make you
Mhm.
homeless,
Mhm.
when in reality that is not true. So
Right.
when we got into possession court, and I was asking them technically, they were bringing me into court. And in the possession court, they started reading from the deed of trust. And I said, well, how can they read from the deed of trust when it was extinguished at the foreclosure? Meaning the foreclosure satisfied the contract. So what are they here? How are they like, if this was a lease? The landlord would have a valid claim to evict me because technically I hadn't paid them rent. But in this case, the deed of trust, okay, that foreclosure is their little way of uh, closing out your loan in their books, and then they take it a step further
Mhm.
because most people do not know that the foreclosure is really freeing you from the loan.
Okay.
It is the eviction process that you have to be prepared for, and you absolutely can beat them in eviction court if you can understand what I am explaining to you. I can talk to you privately
Mhm.
since they've already entered judgment. Don't feel scared about judgment. Judgment is just a court since you're in a judicial state, meaning that the debt satisfaction process is going to happen under the purview of a court. So they're going to bring in all these bidders, okay? It's going to look like people are in there bidding for your house, okay?
Mhm.
And once that is over, a winner of the bid is going to be declared, and then they're going to issue all of these documents saying that these are just claims. These documents on its face, it is a claim, okay? But when you get into court and you start to attack the substance, suddenly you can see that all of this stuff that they're saying on the face of these deeds, saying that, oh, they own my house and all this other stuff, all of this is just a claim. It's baloney. It's nonsense. And the reason that they write these words on these deeds so that you would read them and you would believe it. You
Mm-hmm.
would read them and you would believe it and you would behave in a certain manner.
Oh,
So back to my own personal scenario.
mm-hmm.
When we got into court and I started to question, because it was the VA that sued me for possession.
Right.
The VA filed the eviction against me because I have a VA home loan. When we got into eviction court and I was asking them, well, how much on the debt do I owe you?
Mm-hmm.
And they got the sifting through their papers, because you have to understand. Let's say that your mortgage is you owe them $100,000. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they foreclosed, and let's say nobody bid, so the lender is like, okay, well, I'm just going to use the asset that she gave us, which was the promissory note, and I'm going to use that to settle her mortgage for $100,000. In your mind, you believe that now, well, technically the lender now owes my house and he can evict me, when in reality what just happened is that the debt is now $0.
Right.
The lender can only evict you so long as a debt exists. The foreclosure is to extinguish its debt. You have nothing to do with the fact that the public is coming here and they believe that they are bidding for your property.
Right.
In the notice of foreclosure, a lot of these notices, they tell you flat out, we ain't guaranteeing that you get anything, but if you do get something, okay, they will say that in these notices. Well, we're not guaranteeing you title. We're not guaranteeing that you're going to get something. Okay, they say that in these notices of foreclosures.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that they say this is like a disclaimer to bidders, because if you try to go and evict someone who understands what you're doing, you can be the person liable to the person you're trying to evict if they can articulate that you that the person filing the eviction is committing a fraud on the court. The court doesn't have jurisdiction because the debt was settled at the foreclosure. There is nothing for us to, there's no controversy here. There is nothing for us to, there's no case. But you would have to articulate that. So when I got into the possession court and I started to articulate this, and I did not change from what I said, I stood by what I said. Do you know that they started to withdraw? We want to withdraw our petition. We want to withdraw our claim. They started withdrawing because they understood. You do know that by coming in here asking the court for possession, you're acting as if you did not settle the accounting at the foreclosure. The court is giving you my house as a remedy, but if you didn't get paid at the foreclosure. So if no foreclosure happened, okay, if no accounting maneuver happened, which all the states do this, then it would reasonably make sense that you're asking for possession, but you got paid at the foreclosure, and now you're also here trying to gain possession of the house as well, and you're doing so unlawfully because the contract that I had with you, this deed of trust, was extinguished. So anything that came from the deed of trust, like when they sell your house, they create what's called a trustee's deed. And they say that, well, this trustee's deed, at the conclusion of the foreclosure, that trustee's deed derived its power from the deed of trust, but the deed of trust is satisfied, is void. So what power did the deed of trust pass over to the trustee's deed? Nothing. And you have to know that. And they know that most people can't articulate this, and this is how they lose their house. So in my experience, my personal, experience, okay?
Yes.
Everyone should want to go to foreclosure. I know it looks grim. I know it looks spooky. It looks scary, okay? Everyone should want to go to foreclosure. It is, you need to understand when they come, and they will, they're going to try to evict you, and it is the eviction where you beat them. Once you beat them, once you have them fleeing and running, and now the court is closing the case, I said, well, what happened to the eviction? Where did everybody go? It's like they turned the lights out and everybody started to run because this is fraud. You are trying to defraud. Not only if you did this to me,
Mm-hmm.
how many other, and we're talking about veterans here. We're not just talking about, everyday people like you with FHA loans. If you are in this court doing this to me, how many others do you do this to? And these foreclosures are mills.
Right.
You do this to thousands of people, and
Mm-hmm.
they did not want my case to become a precedent. So what did they do? They just turned the lights out and closed the case. I
Oh
beat my
wow.
eviction after foreclosure
Okay.
against the Secretary of Department of Veterans Affairs. Yes, they bought a forcible detainer action against me. And I knew I don't owe you no money.
Mm-hmm.
You're here based on a satisfied debt. And they will get you in there and they'll try to talk about all this person bid and you're a tenant at sufferance. They will get in there and they will say all these things about you. They will talk about when you defaulted and they'll just say all of these things. None of that matters because the debt is satisfied. Why would I argue with you against, you use their own documents against them? They're the ones that brought the case. So they bring the evidence into the possession court that you really don't owe them. The problem is you think you do. And that is where they get you. They get you in that misunderstanding when they bring your deed of trust. You don't know that these documents are legally dead. They have no force or effect, nor do you know how to articulate that. And in that, the court rules in favor of the plaintiff, which is the person that bought the possession house, and people lose their houses in eviction because they don't know that a foreclosure is an accounting maneuver. Nobody is selling your house. Were you here to hear the analogy with the woman that I was giving about the lender's interest in the property?
I think
You
so.
missed that one?
It was that in the
Okay.
beginning
In the
about.
very beginning, I'm going to repost it
Okay.
because you really need to hear that analogy. It
Okay.
is a couple of you guys that are going to foreclosure. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to make a special Zoom, okay? So that we can start getting documents ready because for you guys who have already you, gone to foreclosure, listen to me. That is great news. Everything else can be worked out. Your credit can be fixed. Okay, we can get that foreclosure off your credit. All of that can be fixed later. Do not worry about that. Where you need to get prepared is that they're about to come and try to commit a fraud on the court and divest you of your property. And that is where you're going to, I'm using the word fight, but I don't mean literally fight because the battle has already been won. You just need to understand a certain behavior and posture you need to take and certain documents you need to file into the courts to get rid of that eviction. Once you beat them in eviction, nobody else will bring a case against you. They won't because they know you know how to beat them. And if they continue using the court process to try to expel you from your property, they are giving rise to a liability claim that you can bring against them. So once you defeat them in eviction court, they leave you alone. They leave you alone. So the best advice that I can give, we need you. Okay, so you got one in July. I got another person that's getting foreclosed on in like 10 days.
Oh
And I
wow.
feel like this is it's a lot of information, I know,
Mm-hmm.
and it can be intimidating, okay? It's a lot of information, but listen, y'all can do this. I'm going to give you the steps
Okay.
that you need to do, and I'm going to try to make it, because some of you guys live in states where it's not called a state district court. It might be called a superior court or supreme court. So I have my work cut out for me, that I have to use, depending on what state y'all are in. I have to use the court names properly, so that you understand where you need to go and what you need to do the moment that they file an eviction against you. They are going to do it. I can almost guarantee that they're going to try. But listen to me, you can win in a post foreclosure eviction. In reality, it really is the easiest eviction to beat. After the fact, once I was out, like once my eviction was over, and I'm like, so what happened? I called the clerk and I told the clerk, I said, well, clerk, I'm waiting from an order for the judge regarding the case. She says, oh, there's no order. The case is closed. I said, well, why is the case closed? I said, well, what about the writ of possession? Oh, well, the writ of possession is only good for 60 to 90 days. 90 days is the writ. By the time the case closed, the writ was over a year old, and she says, well, this writ can't be enforced. It's over a year old, so what would have to happen is like a new case has to be opened. But otherwise, it's nothing else that we can do on a closed case. I swear it to you, they just closed it when they knew I had them cornered. So rather than to give it to me in the form of a order to show that, oh, the VA did commit a fraud, the lender committed this is a fraud on the court, we're going to dismiss this for a fraud on the court and lack of subject matter jurisdiction, they just closed the case. They just closed it, and everybody went away like nothing happened.
Oh, wow. That's wonderful that happened with you. But this is my second option. I don't know if I should just do a chapter 7 or 13. I probably have to do a 13 just to get it out of the particular jurisdiction. That's my other option, I was thinking.
Okay, you could do a bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with a bankruptcy is that bankruptcy courts are Article 1 courts. What this means is that it does not have the power to interpret, okay, to read, to interpret title documents, which your mortgage, your deed of trust, okay, all of these are title documents. If you go into bankruptcy court, okay, and let's say maybe you wanting to do like a repayment plan? If you intend to pay, I know some people get so scared that they're like, listen, I'm gonna comply, I'm gonna do a chapter 13, I'm gonna come up with a repayment plan, and I'm just going to pay these people. I'm going to pay the repayment plan, and then the bankruptcy court will send the payment to the quote unquote creditor. Otherwise, the only reason you would use a bankruptcy is to buy yourself time to decide which route are you going to go. If you go to bankruptcy court, they're going to try to, in front of you, okay? And remember, with many of you, what you see directly in front of you is what you end up believing. And it's going to take some time for y'all to come out of that frame of thinking. But if you take your property into bankruptcy court, the court is going on paper, even though paper means nothing, the court is going to transfer your house to your alleged creditors, or they're going to sell the house in order to pay off your creditors, which is the opposite of what you were wanting.
Yeah, that's
That
totally the
that's the
opposite.
opposite. No, there is, yeah. Now listen, if you know something that I don't know, and it's a lot of information out here, okay? If you know something, if you know someone who knows how to use this bankruptcy system to go in and to discharge your debts, sure. But mortgages, they do not do it. And simply because mortgages are title documents, they will not read your mortgage deed because the court is limited. It's an Article 1. It cannot get into title. The only thing it can talk about is debt. And when you go into bankruptcy court, the first thing that the court asks you is that they ask you about your debts, and you start to write them down. So pretty much what you're doing is admitting that you owe this money to the bankruptcy court, and the court is going to take this as truth and fact. You don't owe the money. Foreclosure is this lender's humiliation ritual, okay? That is the way for them to settle this loan is via foreclosure. That is the process on how they do it. I hate that this is how they do it,
Mm-hmm.
but that is the process
Right.
via foreclosure.
Right.
Okay, so you can go to bankruptcy,
Mm-hmm.
but you would be using bankruptcy just to buy yourself time to figure out which way you have to decide that. Which
Okay.
way do you want to go? I know my way.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I knew once I came out of eviction court,
Mm-hmm.
I said people are not gonna, I don't think they're gonna want to hear what I gotta say when I tell them that they all should be running a foreclosure. I think that they're gonna, nah, she's crazy. I think I'm gonna find another way to resolve my mortgage. And I knew by telling you guys, like, listen, foreclosure is really your best option, that some of y'all are like, nah, I don't want to go to foreclosure. I want to stop it. I probably want to do a bankruptcy. Maybe I want to do another process that I've seen somewhere. And I know it looks like it's a difficult decision to make, but from my perspective here in Texas, like I said, I've gone through the entire process. I even went to my foreclosure, and I was going to not only share the foreclosure with you, but I got the court cases. I recorded myself in court as well, so you can hear the exchange that was happening between myself and the lawyers, and you could read the documents too, so you could kind of better get a better grasp by digging into my case as to what happened, what was she saying in her case that made them just pretty much close the case and everybody walked away. So it's a difficult decision to make. If you want to file bankruptcy, you can, to buy yourself time to decide which way you're going to go. But if you go into bankruptcy court and you're thinking like, okay, I just want to discharge this debt, it doesn't go like that. They're
Okay.
going to sell the asset, okay? The and listen to me, the asset that they're really selling is the interest in your property. They're not really selling your property. That bankruptcy judge, I know you don't understand the difference between the two. To you, it looks like they sold your house, okay? But the bankruptcy trustee is going to sell the lender's interest in your house, and once that interest is sold, they're going to pretend that they actually sold your house, and then they're going to go for eviction.
Oh.
So that's
Oh.
how it's going to go in
Mm-hmm.
bankruptcy courts.
Okay.
If you want to go that way, if
Mm-hmm.
you want to use the stay, they have a stay option.
Mm-hmm.
You can file the bankruptcy and say, I need a break. I need time to think. I filed several bankruptcies myself. And the reason that I filed those bankruptcies, I was trying to take advantage of the stay so that I could. At the time, I was trying to stop my foreclosure. I was like, I need time to think. I need time to figure out what am I going to do, which way am I going to go, okay? And then finally, a little bit over a year ago is when I said, you know what, I'm not going to run anymore. I'm going to let them do their humiliation ritual, and then when they try to evict, that is where I'm going to fight them. And I did, and I won. And I
Oh,
know that
okay.
everybody is not going to want to go the route that I went. They're going to
Right.
want to try to look for something else that is not so nerve-wracking,
Mm-hmm.
but unfortunately, from my perspective, it's foreclosure. It's the best option. It's the best option if I
Okay.
can help you understand. If I
Okay.
can get you prepared for eviction,
Mm-hmm.
you won't feel, I can't say how you'll feel, okay?
Okay.
But if I can get you prepared, if you can understand, you can go into evictions court and you can get rid of that case. Your all you want is possession. You don't care about all of this paper terrorism that they got going on. And as of right now, you have possession. And even if they go and file an eviction against you, you can get rid of that possession case. You just have to know how to use these courts, okay? These courts, like I was just explaining, the separation of powers. Possession and title are two things that are separate. But what these people do when they foreclose on you, they go into the possession court and they try to put those two things together. And this is how they succeed in stealing because they're not actually winning anything. They're stealing it. They're lying. They're misrepresenting the facts, okay? And the people that they're dragging into these eviction courts really don't understand, like, what do I do? What do I say? Which court do I go to? How does this work? How does that work? And when you have those many uncertainties, it doesn't feel like a good option. So I totally understand that. But
Okay.
you'll have to sit down and kind of think about which way you want to go. If you want to go through with bankruptcy, just use bankruptcies to buy yourself time to figure out what I want to do. And if you want to, I'm just going to go through with it. And then you and I are going to get together and prepare for them to go to evictions court. And that's where you're going to fight them there and get rid of that evictions case.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I'm sorry.
All
I
right, no
wish it
worries.
sounded better.
I know.
I know it sounds bad. I
Mhm.
wish I had a better way to frame it. So it's like, oh yeah, foreclosure is such a great thing. It really it is your freedom. That foreclosure is getting you out of this debt, this loan that they're saying that you owe them. The problem is not the foreclosure. The problem is how they misuse the courts after foreclosure. And I promise you, you can win against an eviction attempt, a forcible detainer attempt, if you can understand what happened at your foreclosure, what it did, the limitations and the powers of the court, what the courts can do and what it can't do, and how to use that court system to get rid of that forcible detainer or eviction. They call it different things. Unlawful detainers in different states, they call it something different. But I know it sounds bad. I wish I had a better way to make it sound good, but it really is the best option to get for people who are tired of these debts, of especially a foreclosure debt. Let them foreclose.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate
You're very welcome.
it. Hmm.
All right, so we're getting almost to 9 o'clock. I think I'm gonna take one more, and then I have to wrap it up.
Christina, I wanted to ask you,
Hey,
how you doing? Hey,
good.
hey, this is Troy. I had tried to get a
Hey,
hold of
Troy.
I had tried to get a hold of you because I basically got my like master file transcript for my bar from yourself.
Shut your mouth. What did
Yeah,
it say?
it
What did it say?
so it basically showed that they had been paid the 250,000, and all I did was I basically did it like I was um basically giving a loan to myself, basically
Correct.
through my estate.
Mhm.
And I want to tell everybody. I don't know if you know this, Christine. You might already know this by
Okay.
now, but
Okay. Tell me.
I
I
basically
might
came,
not know.
I basically came across something where it's basically the ending piece, the key is, I would
Okay.
say, for the bar for yourself.
Okay.
Basically, what it is I talked to the examiner.
Uh-oh.
Like, this is at
Okay.
the end, and I don't know. Did you, when you were going through your process where you were getting yours? Did you ever talk? You were telling us in one Zoom that you had talked to some guy and you had talked to him a couple of times. His name started with an S.
Yes,
What
no,
was?
this was someone who did the borrow from yourself process,
Mhm.
and I posted it on my YouTube. I think that's the person that you're talking about.
Well,
And
this was
he
the
was the
examiner.
one.
This was the
He
agent. Yeah.
he was telling me, it's on my YouTube, if you
Mhm.
guys want to go to my YouTube page and look in the, where we type, like we comment and I
Mhm.
make posts and things, look in that section. And he was talking to me on WhatsApp, and he was like, Christina, I'm up. He got to some high department within the IRS, and he says, you would not believe what they're telling me. And he was trying to articulate it to me, and I was sharing the messages with
Mhm.
you guys. But tell us, like,
Mhm.
I want to
So
hear it
so
too.
so what I'll do is if you'll allow me to, I'll put the number
Yes,
to the
please.
actual examiner's office. And now it's gonna take an hour and like an hour and a half, 45 minutes, because what they're trying to do is get you to just hang up. That's what they want you to do. And the reason
Oh
why I wanted
God.
to exactly, but the reason why I wanted to talk to you, I thought that you had talked to this same agent because you had told us at one Zoom, you was like, yeah, I talk to that dude all the time. He hates my guts. You had said it in either like it was either in a Zoom or on one of the videos. But what I was gonna say to you is this guy, whoever I get,
Mhm.
I called 2 days in a row. The
Okay.
first day I got it, I didn't hear everything because on the
Okay.
iPhones you can put it on hold. So like
Okay.
basically I'll just, hold until somebody picks up and then it'll ring me like somebody's on the other line now,
Okay.
answer the phone. Well, anyway, so I get on. This is like an hour and 45 minutes later, y'all. So I get on the phone and the guy is talking to me like he's just a regular agent, just a paper pusher, right? I'm not
Mhm.
knowing I'm talking to an examiner.
Shut your
So
mouth.
exactly. So he's talking to me like just, casual. And I was like, yeah, I want to check my 2024. And he 1041. And he
Mhm.
goes and looks at it. I don't know if y'all dealt with these agents like I have. I know you have, Christina,
I
but
have, yes.
it takes forever for these people to get back. Like whenever they gotta go and get information and come back, it takes forever. It seems like
Yes.
it take this examiner. I mean, it was like snap a finger. I mean, he was coming back with the information. He had everything. He even had the 1099 OID in his face, looking at it, talking to me, y'all.
Oh wow.
Exactly. And he's looking at it, and the way he's talking, he's like shaking when he's talking to me. And he's like,
Okay.
"I'm gonna tell you right now, you just need to do you need to do an amended return." And I was like, "Why do I need to do a amended return?" He's like, "So you're
Mhm.
gonna tell me that you sold you you gave yourself 200, and that's how he says it, $250,000." And I was like, "What do you mean myself? I didn't do anything." I said
Mhm.
that was, that was a entity dealing with an entity. And
Right.
he says, "What do you mean by entity?" He's asking me. And I was like, "Well,
Mhm.
I'm just going off an entity, what you guys, the IRS calls it entity." And
Right.
he didn't say anything after that. And he was like,
Mhm.
"Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, sir, I think you should do an amended return." And I was like, "Well, I already talked to an advocate and they said that I'm outside of my 180 days. And I already have my transcript and it says you guys have been paid. Have you not been paid?" And he
Mhm.
would not answer
Credited.
the question. He would.
Credited. Credited is a better word, but paid, they
Mhm.
understand.
He
Credited.
knew
Have you
exactly what I
guys
was
not
talking
been
about.
credited?
He wouldn't
Yes. Go
answer it
ahead.
though, Christina. He wouldn't answer it.
Okay.
And so I asked
Okay.
him, I said, "Well, have the withholdings on the 1099 been verified?" 'Cause that's what I was calling for, to see if they had been verified. And
Okay.
and anyways, he goes, I just think you need to amend your return. That would be my, I said, "Okay, so I want you to do this, sir." I said, "Will you send me paperwork, send me a letter in the mail telling me that you have not been paid and it has not been verified, and I'll go ahead and amend my return." Well, no, what I'm gonna do, and he says it with a little shitty
Nasty.
attitude. Yeah, a
Ooh.
little shitty
Yes.
attitude. He says, "Well, what
Mhm.
I'm gonna do," and this means something. This is why I'm saying it to y'all. He says, "What I'm gonna do is send you a 3176C letter." Now they should have already sent this letter, Christina. This is
Okay.
2024. I should have been got a letter. Nobody sent a
Okay.
letter. So for him to
Okay.
threaten to send that letter, I'm like, so what's going on? I've been thinking about it. And then this Zoom came up. So I need to ask Christina what she thinks. It
Mhm.
sounds like what you were just telling everybody earlier. They can't do anything without our consent.
No.
So
And what they'll do,
he's telling me to go change it because they can't
no.
change it.
No, you can't change it. Why would I go and change? Okay, so what part would I change, sir?
Right.
Since you know so much better than me, what
I
part
asked
of
him.
this would I
I
take?
asked him, I said,
Would I
how do
change?
you help me fix this so I can get it released? Because I have an 810 code on my transcript. So basically it's the refund freeze. If I get a 1011, that's the refund release. That's where it's at right now. And that's on the bar for yourself. That's what I want to tell you,
Shut your
Christina.
mouth.
That's
A
where it's
10,
getting
11.
that's where everybody is getting stuck on the bar for yourself.
Oh my goodness.
That This is the
I
bottleneck right
I
here.
believe this. I have always believed this. If you do not stand your ground when they do this to you, what they'll do, I don't know if you, I had a video before, and remember
Mhm.
I was getting beat up, y'all, and I started to feel sad because
Yeah,
I really do wish that I could have 100% success rate. I wish that I could control the outcomes for
right.
every last person. And when I realized, like, shit, I cannot control these outcomes, it has to be the individual that gets that outcome for themselves.
But nobody knew how to get past the bottleneck.
You do not
Yeah.
allow
Hmm.
them. They will try to threaten you. They will say things like, in the video, if you guys
Hmm.
remember, I released the video. I said some of y'all are approaching this as if it's a scam.
Exactly.
You're treating it like it's a scam. It's
Right.
not. I'm asking you for service. I'm not asking you for legal advice. I'm not
Right.
asking you to interpret my return. I'm not
Exactly.
telling you to give me advice. I am asking you to release my return. And you have to understand that they will get angry with you,
Well,
okay? And that's that Manchurian candidate
yeah.
to make you feel as if you did something wrong, and then you'll start to behave differently. You'll start to, okay, well, can you cancel it? Okay, I'll send an amended return. I'll resend
Right.
it. I'll do what
Exactly.
you tell. They want you to do
Exactly.
that. And so
Hmm.
what it really is, well, do you believe what you sent? Do you believe what you said? Do you really
Yeah. Hmm.
believe that this credit transaction that you sent, and we know that it worked? I do it.
Hmm.
I have never gotten a letter. So when y'all come and tell me y'all's experience, this is literally my experience with like receiving letters, like frivolous filings. My
Hmm.
experience with it is through y'all because I don't have
Hmm.
any experience with it. I have never had them question me or ask me like, well, what did you mean by lying? Don't ask me no questions. You not here that I didn't ask for. It's sort of like I did not ask you to check my homework. I
Right.
did not ask you to go over my form and tell me, well, this doesn't look right.
Yeah.
It
You're
does not matter what you think.
right.
You are here to process my return as I submitted it to you. And yes, they will do that to
Well,
you.
well,
They'll
what I was gonna tell you, Christina,
mhm.
is so it was a couple different things inside this conversation. So it's a 2-day thing that I was gonna tell you. So the first day he lies to
Mhm.
me. I did
Mhm.
not know he was an examiner. I thought he was just a regular agent. So when he stopped,
Examiner.
when I
You hear that
so,
name? Examiner.
exactly. This is how crazy it is. So the first day, I'm like, yeah, you know, my return has been, in since 2024. It got processed in August of last year. I'm like,
Okay.
I mean, I think it's time for me to get the refund, but it has all these codes on there, has a freeze. I just need to know what I need to do to get it off. Well, he
Right.
goes, well, your account hasn't been assigned to examiner yet. This is what he says, right? I'm like,
It doesn't
okay.
have an
Why
examiner.
is it? Why
Okay.
is it? Why is it at this department if it hasn't been this assigned one? So that
Yes.
was what I was thinking. I didn't say that though, right? This is the
Okay.
first day. So he doesn't say anything. So then I go, oh yeah, hold on before we get off the phone. I just want to know if my 1099 has been received and processed. And he go, I mean, it was quick, Christina. Like, I mean,
Okay.
snap of a finger. He comes back,
Okay.
he's like, yeah, it's been processed. I see the computer
Shut
process.
your mouth.
I see the computer. No, he was being specific when he was saying things, Christina. He said, I see the computer processed it, right? This is what he says.
Yeah.
So this is the first day. The second day I call back, I get on the phone and I wait a whole hour and a half again. It's like three different
Okay.
times I get kicked off like 2 times. The third time I got through, it's like an hour and a half it took for me to get to him. But why did it go back to the same guy? And I knew it was the
The
same guy.
same. Okay.
The same
You
agent.
picked up on that voice.
It was the same guy, But he was acting to me like he didn't know I was the same person, right?
Okay.
So he goes on there and he looks at my account. He goes, uh, I see you called yesterday. Did you not get and he says it with like a little sassy voice. He's like,
Mhm.
I see, did you not get help with what you needed yesterday? And I was like, well, yesterday I didn't know that I called the examiner's office. So I had picked up because I was listening to the, the computer voice in the back when you're waiting and holding for the IRS. They'll come on there and say different things and talk. Well, anyways, I was, letting it talk to me or, say whatever it's saying. Well, I heard it say once you get approved to go to an examiner, you won't need to wait for them to talk to anybody or go anywhere else. The examiner will be able to help you with anything you need. I heard this in the, I don't even know what you call it, like the call waiting. And so when I get on there, I'm like, I know you're the examiner, right?
Mhm.
So as I'm talking to him, he knows I know now. So I'm like, is the withholdings verified on the 1099 OID? He would not answer it. He said, sir, he said, what we like to call your claims are frivolous in the department. This is what we like to call it. And I said, what do you mean frivolous? And he says, $250,000 is frivolous to pay yourself. I said, well, I didn't
Mhm.
pay myself anything. I said, that was a transaction. I said, but what would be frivolous then? Because I wanted him to help
Right.
me. I was like,
You
what?
explain it to me. You
Yeah,
are right,
tell me
Troy.
what
Tell me what makes it frivolous.
hey, Christina, I asked him, I said, what's the threshold? Just to throw it in his face because you're full of shit. I was like, what's the threshold? I said, what's the threshold for frivolous? He comes back, he says, he waits a while, he goes, well, there is no threshold. I said, exactly, sir. What do you mean then? What do you mean
Right.
250,000 is frivolous? If there's no threshold, what do you mean?
Right.
I
Oh
think you need, and
wow.
Christina,
all he would keep saying is, I think you need to just send a minute return in. So what I did at the end was I said, okay, well, I'm gonna see what I need to do. But thank you for everything you need to do. What's your name and what's your badge number? Just to scare the shit out of him. And I got that and I got a phone, but I'm just glad you had this today because I wanted to ask you, what do you think that is? Because I have my transcript that's showing that they've been paid. And he would not
Christina,
tell me that he's been paid.
Hey,
can
he
I?
won't. It. Yes. Go ahead.
I
Somebody's
was just
talking.
gonna
Hold on,
say,
Troy.
Christina, can I speak real quick before you get
Yes.
off? Only
Yes.
because I
Yes.
wanted to give encouragement because I
Okay.
did get a check.
Oh God. Okay. Are you comfortable with like telling us was it the amount that you requested or was it
Yes,
less than?
it was actually more because they included interest.
Girl, hush. Oh, don't
I
make me cry on
actually,
this call, y'all.
Christina,
Don't make me.
you may remember because I sent you an email back in, I think it was like December, because what had happened, guys, is when I filed, I actually did one on the estate and I did one on the bank. Now the
Your
estate
individual
one,
banker.
yeah, the individual banker. That's the
Okay.
one I received. I haven't received the one on the
For
estate
an
yet,
individual
but I can
banker.
tell you about that one as
Okay.
well and what went on. But as far as
Okay.
the
Troy,
individual,
Yes,
hold that thought,
yes,
Troy. Hold
yes.
one
No, no,
sec.
no,
Okay,
no. This
wait.
is good. Thank you.
Troy, give us that phone number. Do you have it?
Yes,
Are
I'm
you
about.
okay with
I,
share it with us,
I can
Troy?
text it. I can put it in the
Yes,
in the
Troy,
chat
put it
too.
in the chat. Everybody wants that phone number. And then I want to answer your question too, but I want the young lady
Yeah,
speaking to
let her go
finish,
ahead,
Troy.
Kristen.
Yes,
Let
please.
her, and I'm about to put
Go
it in
okay.
there.
ahead. I want to
Okay,
hear.
okay. And I don't mind sharing, but
I want to
Christina,
hear
you may
Okay.
too.
remember me because I emailed you back in December and
Okay.
I asked you, I said, hey, I got a check, but I'm having a problem cashing it. And you told me to
I
go get the
remember.
DBA or
Did
whatnot.
that work?
It
Did it
did.
work?
It did. Now they did hold it for about 10 days, like right at the 10th day. But let me just back up. So what happened was I had the check going to my UPS box, right? But I switched my UPS box. This was back in July of 2025. Okay. So I switched and got a PO box. Well, what happened is they sent the check to my UPS. But because I had switched it, even though I changed address, they won't forward checks. So they
Okay.
sent it back to the IRS, unbeknownst to me at the time.
Oh wow.
Okay. So then I get a letter about maybe like August or so. mid-August,
Okay.
and it said, "Hey, you received a check from the IRS. We need you to call." And I'm like, "What check?" Because I'm serious, y'all. I think this is more about an energy thing, and like she said, what you believe. Because when I sent that, when I said I'm getting this money, and I didn't think about it anymore to the point that I actually forgot I filed it.
Okay.
Okay. Um, so I got the letter. They said, call this number. I could tell you the letter numbers later. I'm not looking at them right now, but it was one saying, call this number so we can confirm your identity and update your address information. Well, when I called, the only reason they were able to forward the check is because I had a P.O. box. They wouldn't have done it if I had a regular address. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
gave them the new address and I said, well, how long would it take? Now, this was in August, like close to, I guess, around when the shutdown was coming. So they
Okay.
mailed out the check. September came, nothing. I'm like, what the heck? So I never got the check. So I called them back in September and they told me, they confirmed it was sent out on this date. You should have received it by now. So I had to do what's the form where you have to say, hey, I never received the check?
A trace payment, a
Yes,
3911. That's what I was trying
3911.
to
Yes.
explain to the people earlier. Go ahead, girl.
So I did the 3911. Um, they got it. They said it would take a little time for them to process it. By November, I'm checking the mail and I'm thinking, because I have informed delivery, I'm like, what the heck are they doing? Like, I
Me
still haven't
too.
gotten this check. Is it lost again?
Right.
You know? So I went out of town. I came back from vacation. I was gone about 3 weeks. I checked my mailbox. Why was that check sitting right there?
Shut your mouth.
It was sitting right there. And
Shut
that
your
was about
mouth.
the beginning of December. But mind you, it may have been sitting there for a while because I had my stuff
Mhm.
on hold. I had my mail on hold because I work from home. So
Okay.
I was able to travel.
Okay.
And so that's when I sent you the message about, okay, I went to the bank and they
I
were like,
remember you.
yeah,
I had
yeah,
several people, yes, and I was telling you to do it, but
yeah,
the
you told
DBA
me.
worked.
It did. I went down and I got the
Yes.
DBA. And well, at first I went to Bank of America, right? Because I have a Bank of America. And I was like, well, which bank am I going to use? I have a few accounts, but I went to them and I took the check. And he said, well, he was asking me questions like, well, what is this for? Like, how did you get the check? Like, they want to know, like, was this taxes? I really think it's like personal. They want to know, like, well, what did you do to get this refund? And so I didn't go all into that, but I did tell them, what do I need to do in order to cash it? And they said, because it's my name plus the individual banker, you need to get the DBA or have something. If you don't have like the bylaws or whatever for the business, you need something. So I went down to the county clerks. I got a DBA. I came back. They deposited the check.
Shut your
They
mouth.
opened an
I
account
told
in the
you.
name of my individual banker.
Individual banker. I got an
Yes.
account in mine. Yes.
And they deposited.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I will say, I kept getting calls from the bank. Uh, they were asking me like, did they send this to you, the IRS directly? Like as if I guess maybe they were thinking it was fraudulent. I don't know what they were thinking, but
That's so crazy
I'm
how
like,
you
look,
see how they just
yes,
start to presume that,
yes.
oh my
And
God,
I
she
was
must
like,
be a
look,
scammer.
exactly. And I was like, look, that is
I
a
did nothing
legitimate
wrong.
check
That
from
is
the
legit.
IRS. And what's the problem? Because I'm tired of y'all calling me. Like, what
Very
else do you
good.
need from me? They were like,
Right.
oh, I don't need anything else. Baby, that check cleared. Now, on my estate check, I did that one, and that one was a little bigger. I'm not going to say an amount, but I will say,
Okay.
if y'all can, it was a big amount, but it was under 100K. I will say submit it for something lower because
Okay.
at the end of the day, I think that was what I had the issue with on my estate check because initially they said, they sent me a fraudulent. This is fraudulent, woo, woo, woo. I responded to it because I'm not going to let it go. No, this is not fraudulent, blah, blah, blah. And it's that same guy, the same name. What's his name? La Rochelle. That same
Oh
one.
yeah, I've talked to him
So
before.
I
He nasty.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I did a complaint on his behind and I responded to it. You know, I have the letter
Mhm.
and stuff that I said. Anyway,
Okay.
then they come back and then now it's all of a sudden the 5,000 they was asking for. I did the 1041V, negative V, and told them to send me the money.
Right.
After that, I didn't hear nothing else about the 5,000. Then they
Where did it go? Where did it
exactly.
go?
Then they came back saying, "Well, I need you to confirm the identity of this account." Okay, so y'all gonna do everything but send this check. Okay, so I did all that. I confirmed it. I sent that back. They, of course, acted like they never got it, even though I faxed it twice. Next thing I know, I'm getting this letter from them saying that um the 1041 wasn't filed, and I don't have the numbers of the letters, but I can get all that
Okay.
for you guys. But it was basically saying the 1041 that you filed is not on a valid account, something to that effect. Like, basically what they were saying is it's not an estate. Hello, excuse me, I've been calling on this estate as the executor for a
There
year.
you go.
What do
There
you
you
mean?
go.
Explain to me. So at first this lady tried to get smart with me. It was a 6042C, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And I said,
Some irrelevant. It don't matter what code.
exactly. So I
Yep.
said,
The
what do you
code is
mean?
irrelevant. Go ahead.
Exactly. I'm
Sorry.
like, what do you mean it's not valid? Like, this was set up as an estate. Well, no, we have this down as a nonprofit. Ma'am, quit playing with me. Like, cut it out. So the lady, at first she tried to get smart until I asked for her supervisor, then she switched up. And she was like, well, I don't know at what point they switched your estate, because I told her I have my initial letter that they told me telling me I need to file a 1041. They wouldn't send that on a nonprofit. So please explain to me what you're talking about. So she was nice
Mhm.
after that. She gave me the address and stuff to
Okay.
send over, to tell them you need to change this back, because really what they're doing is stalling from sending that check.
They're
I know what they're doing.
stalling.
Yeah.
They're
So
stalling because if everybody knew that, why the hell am I dealing with like foreclosure? Why am I dealing with repossession? Why am I paying all these bills when I can just go and get what I need in credits?
mhm,
It's all just credits.
it's just
I,
credit.
then they can't use you anymore. They can't get you to come and sign up
Correct.
for a card note with a 25% interest rate. They can't get you to agree to a 50-year mortgage with a 6% interest rate. So they have an interest in keeping you to believe that, oh no, this don't do what it says it does. And
Exactly.
where you get this
Yep.
from? Christina, she's a sovereign citizen, and all of this information y'all have submitted is fraud. You're committing
Right.
fraud. We're going to bring a case against you,
Yep.
and you need to submit an amended. They keep trying to get you to
Yep.
change your
And I
mind.
basically told him, no, you're the one committing fraud because you're dipping and peeking into the account. I remembered everything you said and I understood it, right?
Yes.
And so I never heard about the frivolous anymore. I never I asked them to send me the $5,000 and that went away. But I still hadn't got the $5,000. Like, where's the five
I'm
thousand
pissed.
dollars
I wish you could have got that five because it's owed to you. If it wasn't,
Exactly.
if what I'm saying is not the truth, I wish you would have got that 5,000. But so where did it go?
I don't know, but
Where did
I'm
it go?
probably, because I'm still going back and forth with them about changing this back to the estate. And I said,
Okay.
and I just sent out documents. Now process that 1041 like I sent to you.
Okay.
So I'm waiting on that. And since I'm still dealing with it, I will say something about it. But this has been going on a couple of years. They'll act like they didn't get something, or, oh, now when I responded to the frivolous filing, now that's gone. Now it's just, oh, okay, can you confirm your identity?
They
They play these
pretend.
kind of
And
games,
you
y'all.
guys listening to, you remember I had my EIN was service where I was going to get the estate for you guys. I was getting the foreign trust. So what I was doing was that I was faxing you guys this application over to the IRS, and the system was perfect. So if you wanted me to get an estate for you, if you wanted me to get an individual banker for you, that was easy. I could go and, hey, $35, I'll go and get it for you. The IRS has stopped processing people's
Mm-hmm.
end of their uh, foreign grantor trusts, and
Yep.
then they just stopped processing the estate. So now I got hundreds of customers that's like, Christina, I don't have a foreign trust. The IRS
Yeah.
is not sending it to me.
Processing it.
And so
Mm-hmm.
when I shut down the program, I shut the program down because, some of my customers was like, Christina, you didn't process my order. And I'm like, oh my God, they think that I'm not sending these SS4s into the
Right.
IRS. I
Yeah.
really literally am sending this in, and the
Mm-hmm.
IRS is not processing it, and it's ruining my reputation. Y'all are not getting your EIN numbers that they should be issuing. It shouldn't take 6 months,
Well,
eight
that's
months, a
because they're
year.
playing games. They're
They're
playing
playing
games, y'all.
games, and this is that discretion I was talking about too. These agents, they have too much discretion, and you have to be the force that takes that discretion away. When
Right.
you're talking to them and they get to asking you questions, you don't ask any questions. Ma'am, I'm just calling you regarding my
Yep.
return, okay? I'm not here
Yep.
to answer any questions. My return is accurate. Myself and my who I've gone over this return. Everything was filled out appropriately and correctly. And the only
Mm-hmm.
reason I'm calling is for you to release, tell me what I need, what information do I need to supply you with? How can I help you help me? Release my return. And you have to
Mm-hmm.
stick to
Stick to
the
what you're
the
saying. Yep.
reason of what you call for, and do not allow them to sway you, because they will say some scary stuff to you. They will say, I've listened to them with one of my customers. I called the IRS with them, and they were threatening the hell out of her. We're going to levy and this blah 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 if you don't do this and you don't do that. And listen, we're going to get rid of this. This is nothing more than them trying to sway you. If everybody knew that they can use the IRS in this manner, it would literally it would bankrupt all these corporations overnight, because nobody, no, who would agree to a 20% interest rate on a car? Who would agree to a
Mm-hmm.
6% interest rate on a house? Nobody would agree to any of this. So it is in their interest, and I hate this. Like, I hate that they send these letters. But
Yep.
these letters, when you really tear these letters apart, it's nothing but paper. They are
Exactly.
talking nonsense.
Yep.
It is nonsense. It is intended to turn you away. It is intended to sway you,
And if
and
they
you
can get money
cannot be
from you, they
swayed.
can get money from you
They
in the
want
process.
money.
They want you to
If
do that. But somebody
if they
said,
can confuse you, yes, they will. They want to
mm-hmm.
confuse who. Do you know who the taxpayer is? Oh, you
Correct.
don't know? Oh, you're the taxpayer, and thank you for calling the IRS, and you got a $5,000 out. They will talk you right out of your
Mm-hmm.
money if you call them confused and not really understanding who is who should be doing what.
Right. And somebody in the comments said, they would get a DBA on their estate. I wouldn't get a DBA on a estate. That was on my
Mhm.
individual banker that I
Individual
got the
banker.
DBA. Your estate, if
Mhm.
you get an estate check, you want to put that in a trust account.
You can, and that's what the certification of trust. Absolutely can deposit it into your estate account. But y'all remember my testimony. I had some pretty high treasury checks that I was
Mm-hmm.
taking in, so they were kind of treating me similar to how you were describing. They were just like, "Oh, okay, so we're sorry somebody died. Miss
Mm-hmm.
Wilson, we're so sorry about your loss." And I'm just like, okay, maybe they don't understand. Like, nobody died. This
Right.
is my estate. I have a life estate. And one of the banking agents, she was like, oh, I've been in banking 20 years. I ain't never heard of a life estate. A estate refers to all the property that belongs to a person at the time of their death. And that is not
Mm-hmm.
the only definition of an estate. She was
Right.
dead as wrong.
Yep.
And this is what I tell you about some of these people who work in these places. They do have these beliefs about how things work, and
Mm-hmm.
just because they believe that, okay, ma'am, you're free to believe that, but your belief don't have nothing to do with my account.
Mm-hmm.
When that teller went and got her supervisor, she said, well, Miss Wilson, this is a kind of high check. We need to get clearance. We have to go and ask the supervisor. The supervisor came down. Mind you, this was just my private, it was in my name. It was no special account. It was just
Mm-hmm.
my regular bank account with my name on it. It was not an estate. It was not an individual banker. It was not any of that. The supervisor, I talked to her through, the supervisor was on like this tablet. I could talk to her, so the teller brought up a tablet, and I'm talking to the supervisor, and the supervisor is like, okay, ma'am, I went over your account. You flip the check over. Remember, you're the executor. You can sign the back of the check as the executor over to your regular person and just deposit it. She told me just flip the check over, sign it, and we'll go ahead and deposit it. So you can absolutely deposit an estate check. If you have an estate check, you can deposit it into your regular bank account. But I'm in agreement that yes, a trust might be the best in terms of like protection
Yep.
because you relinquish
All
that
of your,
control
yes,
when, let's say,
absolutely.
because these people have administrative tools. You understand what I'm saying? And so what they will do while you guys are trying to get a good understanding of how these administrative tools work, how what they can do and what they can't do, they can use administrative tools to play games with your account.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely can. And so yes, a trust would be the best structure because in reality you really don't own those funds. A different entity is holding that check. So let's say the IRS, sometimes they use their administrative tools to look into your account. Did y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
can look, they are looking into your account. They are digging using your
Yep.
social, using your driver's license number, and they will look into these things and they're not supposed to. And then they'll send an administrative tool. Okay, not a warrant, not a grand jury indictment. They will send some piece of paper saying, hey, can you place a hold or freeze on her account until we investigate to see if she committed any crimes because we think she's a criminal, you know? And they will play these games with your bank, and your
Mm-hmm.
bank, who's supposed to protect you from this, will play ball.
Mm-hmm.
So a trust is the best option, but if you're like, listen, I need some funds now, you absolutely can deposit that into your regular account while you're working on setting up a trust. And one of you guys asked me about that certification of trust. I'm going to share mine with you. The one that I actually use on my account. And you guys, this is one of the documents. It is perfectly okay to completely copy and paste. You
Thank you.
can
That was
copy
me.
the certification of
Thank
trust,
you.
okay?
Thank you.
Yes. So I thank you so much for that
You're
test.
welcome.
Oh my, I needed that so bad. Thank you so much for that testimony. So I
Listen,
have to
y'all,
wrap.
I'm gonna just
Yes, go
say
ahead.
keep positive and just I'm telling you, literally when I submitted it, I forgot. If you're
Mhm.
thinking about it and oh it's not going to work and oh it's because those negative doubts creep in, I promise you I literally forgot about it. I had so much going on and I was just trying to stay in a positive place. I was like, I know it's
Mhm.
mine, but and then when I mailed it off I didn't think about it anymore. I was
Very
like, when I
good.
called, I'm
Yes.
like, what check? When I got the letter
What
saying I
check?
got
You
a
were
check, because
surprised.
yes, because I literally forgot that I had did one on my individual bank.
Oh man. And so I made you a believer now.
Yes,
I'm
it
telling
works,
you
guys. It
guys,
does.
all the things that you think is not possible. I am telling you, like with my testimony on my foreclosure, where everybody thinks they're gonna lose their house if I let the bank foreclose. This is a lie. I am living proof. I am proof to you that this is a lie. I went right into their court and told them all to their face that y'all are liars, and you know good and well. And since I was able to articulate exactly how they were lying, they all fled. They all
Mm-hmm.
bent to me.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. Oh, we're going to
Yeah.
withdraw. We were withdrawing this document. We know that we asked for an increase in bond. We don't want that anymore. We're sorry. And then they even divested their interest in my house.
Yeah.
They
And I
ran. They
yeah.
take off running when you know, when you, even if
Yeah.
you're not sure,
Yeah.
even if you are
Stand
unsure, you
firm.
know what? You stand firm in what you said. You cannot be
Mm-hmm.
swayed.
Yeah.
It does not matter what they threaten you with. Oh,
Yeah.
you're going to get
Eh,
investigated. We're going to send the marshals. We're going,
yeah.
okay, baby, send them.
Yeah. And that
Send
fear
them.
does creep up, but you just got to know
It
that what you're
does.
doing is right, because it crept up on me a little bit when they were calling from the bank. They kept calling and I was like, wait a minute. Then I
What do
said,
y'all want?
you know what? No. this is my money, it's mine. And you're
Exactly.
gonna
Your
give it to
name
me.
is on it. You
Yes.
didn't
And
do nothing.
so
I
And
did
I was gonna
nothing
tell people
wrong.
also, Christina, if you having
mhm,
problems getting accounts with your estate checks, go through like Fidelity, like these investment banks. Go through
Okay.
those, and it's easier to open up a state like trust accounts, basically.
Okay.
You know.
mhm,
Okay. That
mhm.
might be. I haven't tried that one, but
Well,
that
I
might
was
be. I would
told
have
that.
to.
I was told that. I didn't
Okay.
even think about it,
You
Christina.
haven't
You
tried?
know,
Okay.
yeah,
It could
Mhm.
be. It could be. But all of them are the same. The
right,
reason for the trust is that you get to make the rules.
right,
The
That's right.
bank's rules does not
Apply.
supersede the
Yep.
trust's rules. And you
Mhm.
have to understand that the bank will try, they will try to impose their
Mhm.
rules upon you, but not when we're dealing with a trust. The trust has its
Right.
own what's called bylaws, meaning you make your own
Your
rules,
own. Yeah.
okay? You make your own rule. Now, so long as you're not doing nothing crazy, like you're using your account to fund a terrorist organization, okay? So
Mhm.
long as nobody is doing anything like that for the most part. No bank regulations, okay, can do absolutely anything
Mhm.
with a trust. Those rules, that's why you give a certification of trust. You are
Yep.
giving the trustee what the trustee can or can't do. So if someone comes to the trustee and be like, well, we want to overdraft her account, if you did not write in the trust that that was a function is of the trustee can't do it. They can't. We want to look, we want, hey trustee, we want to open up your documents and look to see what you've been purchasing. If you did not put that as something that the trustee can do, the trustee can't do it. You can't give it up. You can't do it even if you're being threatened. Even if you, so that trust, if you really understand, the banks do not, their policies or statutes or whatever they want to call it does not supersede the rules that you place
Mhm.
upon that trust. It
Mhm.
doesn't. This was great,
Absolutely.
you guys. It's 9:20. I have to
Chris,
skedaddle.
Christina. I know
Yes,
you have to
go
leave,
ahead.
but I was gonna say this is
Yes.
Troy. You never asked my question, but
Okay,
would you
Troy.
be able to do
Go
like a
ahead.
call at some different time?
Um. Okay, so I'm gonna give a few more minutes, Troy. So with you, you were asking me regarding that agent. What do you think that means? Like that interaction with them is just like you heard the discussion that we were just having is that these agents, okay, an examiner, what are you examining me for? To see if I would sway, if you could sway me, to see if you can scare me, to see if you can control me, because you need my consent. Like he keeps asking you, oh well, we want you to do an amended return. Okay, give me a good reason on why I should do that. And he's making assertions to you. Well, I think that this 200, you trying to tell me, he's telling you what your intent is. He is telling you, oh, well, your intent, you're trying to tell me that you're paying $250,000 to myself. I didn't say that, you did. And by the way, where's my return?
Mhm.
You have to change the conversation back to
Yeah.
the reason. You have to keep pivoting back. They
Mhm.
will make these allegations. They will say, "Well, we think this is frivolous," and they will say these things to you. Okay, well, thank you for your opinion. What can you do to release my return?
Yeah.
Right.
You have to keep redirecting them.
Yeah.
Redirect them. Continue. Okay, is there someone you could transfer me to who could remove this freeze from my account?
It's
Send
just
that
like you said
843 to
earlier.
the IRS.
Supposedly he's the only one that can do it, from what they're saying
Okay,
on the
and what's his reasoning? I'm not about to explain myself to you.
right.
My return was submitted. My return is correct. I stand by what I said. If you guys, I don't know if you guys listen to Patrick Devine, and y'all know that when I first started, I always call out Patrick's name because he really did set the foundation for me to get to where I am at now with a lot, with my house, with the IRS. He has set up with my cars. Y'all remember title? I went and took get them liens off my car. See y'all later. You take your liens and your debts with you. Okay, so Patrick really set the precedent for me. He gave a testimony in one of his videos, and you may or may not have heard it. But Patrick said that he started to make his own stamps.
Mhm.
Okay, that when he would mail like documents, he would make his own stamps and he would place those stamps on the mail and he would put them into the postal system. He says one day the marshal showed up at my door. They showed up at
Mm.
his house and they were holding a stack of mail. And they asked him, "Did you do this?" And he said one of the marshals put his hands by his side as if he was about to grab his handcuffs to arrest me. And Patrick said to them, "Yes, I did. Every last one of them, I did it." He said okay, well, we just wanted to find out and ask. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. And I don't know, I can't remember if they left the letters or if they took the letters. But Patrick said they was standing there about to arrest me because they was looking for him to lie and said that he didn't do it. And he said, "Yes, I did. I put every last one of them in the mail. Why you got them? Why are you holding them? Why didn't they get delivered to where I sent them from?"
Mm.
And he gave that testimony. So you gotta stick by what you said. You
Right.
have to.
Right.
Yeah.
And
And they're
and
gonna
and what?
try to scare
Mhm.
you. You gotta understand that they don't want you to figure this out. That's the whole
Right.
point in the confusion and why we're all
I
getting different letters. Why, they want you confused or they want you to just go away and they want to give you a penalty. They don't want to send you your funds. So,
so that's the
you
next
got to
thing.
look
My
at it
like
like that.
my transcripts didn't even have a penalty on them. Like I mean, it
This
didn't
is
even
what
show
I'm
it.
saying.
Like I
Do
mean,
you
it
see how
did.
do you
I
see
mean,
how like all of us, it's about 30 of us on this Zoom right now, okay? And the people that have spoken, everybody has done the exact same process. You
right.
see how everybody is getting a different outcome? So
Hmm.
if we was trying to come together and figure out, okay, so why is it working for you and it's not working for you? What is the difference? Why did she get a return and I
Hmm.
got a frivolous letter? And what do this even mean? It absolutely causes
Yeah.
confusion because if people who are sending in their overpayments, okay,
Hmm.
I'm reporting a overpayment to you. Where the overpayment came from ain't your damn business. All you are here to do is to process. It's just a credit. You are here to send the credits to me. And so what these people, not these people, because I hate to talk like as if it's something working against you, because
Mm-mm.
what you'll start to feel like is like I have to fight, I have to do this, I have to do that. You don't. You have to understand how, and we share a hand in training these people to behave the way that they are. We
Mhm.
do. We've been the ones sleep at the wheel. It's been us that has been sending trillions of dollars a year to the IRS. Okay? And
Yep.
so what does the IRS train their agents to do? They train their agents that we're the ops. We're the bad guys, okay? We're just trying to get a quick dollar. We're trying to game the system. Your system is bankrupt. You don't have
Exactly.
nothing.
Mhm.
You
Yep.
don't have anything. Everything you get, you got from me.
Mhm.
Even these credits. Why am I explaining myself to you? Do
Mhm.
what I asked you to do.
And Christina, one more thing. I got my title on using your process as well on my vehicle.
Girl, hush up. Look at you.
That was
Over there
last year.
as
That was
free.
over. That was over over a year
You
ago.
over there free as a bird. Congrats to you. Yes,
Thank
I took
you.
them lanes off. Y'all could kick rocks. And then I went and dealt with the credit bureaus
Mhm.
and got
Now that
those.
part I
Because
haven't done. I need to do
okay,
that.
we
I
can
do need
work
to
on
do
that.
that.
That's an easy fix. You can get that right. I went right there and told them to get this off my credit report. They've been paid. And when they came talking about, oh, here's the promissory note. Oh, thank you so much for bringing that evidence for me, so I ain't have to do it.
Mhm.
Here is the proof. They want you to argue against it. And the
Mhm.
moment that you argue against the proof that actually this this exonerates you, that the lender
Mhm.
is bringing the proof, but you're fighting it. You're fighting against it. No, you are in total agreement that this promissory note is an asset. You're reading the language on the promissory note. It does not matter what the hell this thing say. It matters what it does. And what
Mhm.
it is a negotiable instrument. I gave you the instrument. I got the car. That was the end of the transaction.
Mhm.
And you don't explain nothing more. This is an inaccurate reporting. Move it from my credit report. So look at you. Did title act, got your title. Look, I got
Mhm.
all mine. I took every last
I'm
car.
getting ready to
Yeah.
do that process this week, Christina.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be praying for you. I hate when
Yes.
some of y'all be like, Christina, they're asking me for additional information. They're asking me this, and I'm like, oh God,
Mhm.
because I haven't had that experience. So when you come to me like in this, Zoom, and y'all are saying, Christina, I got this letter and that letter, and it's like,
Mhm.
oh my God, I have to go research because I don't have myself, like personally, any direct experience with these frivolous letters or with them sending
Mhm.
notice of levy or frivolous filings. So I have to learn kind of through you guys.
Yeah.
And so I go and I research and I call the IRS and I ask them questions like I did some years ago. If y'all remember in one of my videos, every time I called them, I got a different answer. Why do
Mhm.
all of y'all have a different understanding of how this is supposed to work? I tell you what, since y'all are confused, I'm going to tell you what to do because I think that's what's missing here. You're waiting for me to tell you what to do. And that's absolutely the correct mindset to have. You're waiting
Mhm.
for me to tell you what to do. Now, will you get some resistance? Like I said, they make trillions of dollars in free money. Can you imagine making trillions of dollars in money you don't have to do anything for? That the
Mhm.
people who's giving you the money really think they are a debtor to you.
That's right.
Mhm.
That's right.
They think this is how is it our fault as the IRS that they think this? They think they owe us.
That's right.
Mhm.
And so
Christina,
when
what
we yes,
I was
go
gonna say,
ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
That's okay. You're
I'll
fine.
forget exactly what I was thinking. But I was gonna say, can you one day touch on
Let me
using
write
the
this down.
individual bank to
Mhm.
acquire something like if you wanted to purchase a vehicle? Because I tried it. I'm just
Okay.
actually just trying things, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I
Yes.
used the EIN, my banking
Mhm.
EIN, and I applied for
Mhm.
credit, right? So they
Okay.
gave me a pre-approval through Capital One. They gave me a
Okay.
pre-approval. So I
Oh,
go
good.
to the dealership. Oh, they ready. Oh yeah, the car, blah, blah, blah. You got the pre-approval. Here's your, fill out the paperwork. Then I got blocked in a sense because after I signed, I was signing everything.
Mhm.
Um, not like the actual contract, but the
Okay.
application and all of that you fill out. And it says put your social. I didn't put my social. I put the
Okay.
EIN. So
Correct.
he comes back like, they're asking for more money down now. And it was like a crazy amount. And really, I know this is the
Mhm.
dealership because they really want to run my social. And he was like, they're asking for your social security card. I said, so the bank that already pre-approved me is asking for my social
Correct.
security card? And I know
Mhm.
he's lying. He's like, yeah. And I'm just like, well, I'm not going to give you that. And this is a true story. It happened to me years ago when I had financing to get the car that I actually got the title on. I'm speaking of
Mhm.
when I
Okay.
got it through Navy Federal years ago, I had credit. I mean, I'm sorry, I already had financing when I went in, and I told them, don't run my social because I don't want you to do that because I know it knocks down your credit. And this is before I knew any of this. And I
Okay.
gave it to them, and they ran it anyway. I was so livid. So
It's
I
against the
told,
law, even if
right,
you give it to them. Do y'all know that? Do you know
exactly.
that
That's the truth.
even, I'm telling you guys the truth, even if, like, let's say you go to get an apartment and they're like, well, we can't rent to you unless you give us your,
Mm-hmm.
it's sort of like that number is access to private information, okay? It's like your license plate, sort of. When the police, okay, they say, well, your license plate is a public number, sure, but the information contained behind that number is not public. That is
Mm-hmm.
private. That is the difference. And so even in their little statutes, and I know I tell y'all to kind of be careful with those statutes, okay, because it's written in a very tricky way.
Mm-hmm.
Even in their statutes, it says that, well, even if you give up the social security number, it's still illegal for them to run it, to like look and see what your dealings are, okay, to
Mm-hmm.
use this information to decide whether or not, because you have to know that they're really not giving you anything. You see what makes
Right.
it illegal?
Exactly. Yep.
You're checking this, okay, this is what you're doing is technically illegal because you're creating the illusion in the mind of the person that's coming here to complete this credit transaction that you're giving them something. And that is misleading. That's a deceptive
Right.
business practice and it's illegal. You're
Yeah.
not supposed to be doing it. So even if you issue the social security number, just like your license plate number, like when these cops run your plate and they're saying, do you know why I stopped you? And you don't answer that, that's a statement. He's just reading the script. That's not even for you to respond to. He is literally reading from, he just gave you a statement. That's not a question. You are interpreting it as him asking you a question just because he's standing in front of you talking. I don't respond to that. And he just starts talking. When he runs his mouth and tells me that he saw me blow a stop sign, what he's telling me is that this is an illegal stop. And I should not argue with him at this point because the only thing that would give him probable cause, quote unquote, or a reason to pull me over is because they saw black female blue Hyundai Sonata fleeing a Bank of America. She's 5'10", 170 pounds. Okay, they're giving a description. They describe the vehicle, and they're reporting that they think I committed a crime and that I might be armed and dangerous. This would be a good reason. Okay, that is a good reason for the cop to run my information, but for you to do that simply because you're saying that you saw me commit a crime, and then you start to go into my driver's license. You're looking to find out if I have a criminal history. You're not only violating my privacy, and then when you walk up to me, you try to justify the violation by getting me to engage with you, and I don't because I know what you just did is a wrong thing. So even though you might see me take the ticket from you, I do not just talk to you because this entire stop is illegal. And what they try to do is to get you to participate so it look like, see, she played along. So everything I did was okay. It's all good. And it's not. It's the same with that social security number. It is illegal.
Christine,
Even if you give it to them, it's illegal.
So what would be the remedy on that? Because what I did was when he asked for more of a down payment, I called the creditor, and they said,
Mm-hmm.
well, we do, and they don't know. So she was like,
Mm-hmm.
well, we do actually run a hard pull once. So they're asking for it to run the hard pull. So he asked for more money down. So I asked them, okay, well, give me back the application that I signed. I'm still
Mm-hmm.
waiting
It's
on that.
it's deceptive. One of the things that you could try, like I said, the corporations, they fear that CFPB. And the reason that they fear that CFPB because the CFPB is there to really shake down the corporations. Let
Hmm.
me try to explain this to you plainly, okay? If the corporation does not complete a transaction in a way that to you, okay, let me try it again.
Hmm.
If the corporation fails at tricking you to where they have a customer and you are starting to notice like inconsistencies, such
Hmm.
as, me giving you an application and you giving me pre-approval, okay, you're telling me that I'm approved, and then when I get here, all of a sudden I'm not approved, and then you're asking me to pay a down payment on credit that I'm issuing, okay, the CFPB is there to chastise the corporation because you didn't do a good enough job making her think that you were giving her something. So the CFPB punishes the corporation for doing that. This is why they call it the Consumer Protection Bureau. The consumer is the car dealer. Everybody thinks the people that goes into the dealership, they think it's them, but the dealer is the consumer. And when the consumer doesn't do a good enough job in pretending, like finessing you or tricking you into this contract to where you give them all of your information, you allow them to lien your car, okay, you give them a down payment. If they don't do a good enough job and you start asking too many questions and make too many points, what the CFPB will do is to chastise the dealer. And now you need to go back and figure out a better way. When they come into this dealer, you need to get them to believe that they are the debtor. And if you don't do it, we whipping your ass. That's who ass we whipping. So you better make sure she pay it, and you better make sure she pay that interest. So we think that the CFPB really is there to protect us, and what it is there to do is to chastise corporations that get sloppy with their paperwork to the point where you could kind of see that I don't think y'all should be doing this. And I told you I don't want to give you my social security number. And even if I give it to you, if you run it, that's illegal. So the only thing that I could think of, you got two options. You could go to court, because what happens when you if you, I don't know if you issued, like, gave them a promissory note or whatever the
I
case
just
may
did the
be.
pre-approval online, but I used the EIN, the banking EIN.
Okay, so the
And
credit pre-approval
mm-hmm.
means that those amount of credits has already been issued for this piece of property that you're trying to acquire. What they are trying to do, remember, you cannot earn interest on a $0 asset, okay? 0 times any number is 0. So what they do is, let's say you got approved for $25,000. In this society, fair trade, you can't get super rich off fair trade. You have to understand that. So what fair trade would be is that you give them a promissory note and they give you the card. They don't want fair trade, they want unfair trade,
Right.
because unfair trade is how you get rich. And the way that you get rich is off the labor of another person. They have to agree to this, because if they don't agree to it, then technically it's a form of servitude, and that's illegal. And so what they do is they try to make an agreement off the credits that already exist. They're making a secondary agreement off of those credits. If you can go to a court and articulate this transaction to the court, like, were you here when I gave the Walmart example?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if you, let's say you went to a car dealer and you went through the process, they told you that you got pre-approved, okay, you got the credits, and then when you showed up, they started playing games with you, okay? When in reality, they should be handing you, okay, your keys, signing over your MSO. That didn't happen because they're trying to allege that some other things need to happen and she need to pay and she got to give us this and give us that. All of this in excess of your obligation to them, and you have to understand they're asking me to perform more than what I owe them for this particular transaction. In a declaratory judgment, you would go, like, let's say you went to Walmart, you went and paid for your items at Walmart, but Walmart doesn't give it to you. So you're sitting here holding your receipt, let's call it an application, and you're waiting, like, I paid you for, you got the credits for these items, but Walmart is holding those items, okay? They're holding those items because they want you to pay something in addition, something in excess, in order to get them to release those groceries to you. So you go to a court and you say to the court, hey, court, on this date I went to Walmart. I gave Walmart $50 for my items, but Walmart has failed to release the items to me. And you ask the court to answer a list of questions based on the laws in your state for that particular transaction. did the, like, let's say you are the petitioner, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did the petitioner satisfy the requirements for this transaction? I'm just paraphrasing,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And technically you satisfied it. All they asked was for, here we go, pre-approve you, you come in. Application is telling them how you want them to apply your credits. You told them, I wanted you to apply this toward the purchase of that property. They
Mm-hmm.
are refusing, okay, because they are changing the terms. They're trying to get you to move away from what you said on your application and to get you to agree to something else. So, in a declaratory judgment, what you're looking for is for the judge. You give a specific set of background facts to the court regarding the transaction. The question to the court was, if I gave Walmart $50, shouldn't have Walmart given me the items that I purchased? The court is stuck because the answer is yes. If you gave them $50, they were supposed to give you the $50 in items that you purchased from them. So now that you have gotten a court order, okay, from a court order in the form of a declaratory judgment, do y'all want to go further? Because now I could sue you. In this court order, it says that, well, yeah, she gave him $50 at Walmart, but Walmart, it appears, we looked at the record, and she didn't get the items that she paid for.
Mm-hmm.
And in that declaratory judgment, you're asking that court, if I gave them $50, should I have gotten something in exchange for that 50? In plain terms, the answer is yes, and the court has no other. The Walmart might come in there and be like, "Oh, but we got the right. We reserve the right, and in our policy right here, blah blah blah. This is our procedure to do A, B, C, or D." They'll come in there and make a bunch of noise. But remember what I told you. You're here for a specific question. I
Mm-hmm.
gave them $50. Were they, by law, in a fair trade, were they by law obligated to give me something in exchange for that $50, even if you don't specify what those items were? The
Mm-hmm.
answer, the judge, in the form of a court order, the answer is yes. So now you have a court order. I gave you $50, and this court order pretty much says that you stiff me out of the deal. Do you want to settle, or do you want me to now go and sue you for possession of the property? Now you can enforce against them. Now you
Mm-hmm.
can go, because you have a court order now. You have a court order outlining that you gave these people your money. So even if you walked into Walmart and picked up $50 worth of those items, you can do that because
Mm-hmm.
you paid for them. It wouldn't be similar to you just walking in there, picking up something and walking out, but you actually have a court. Yes, they owe in a trade under, like, whatever state you're from, under Texas,
Texas. I'm in
Texas,
Texas.
okay, under Texas law, yes. The obligation, the Walmart had an obligation to give her $50 in items. If Walmart failed to fulfill that obligation, then by order of this court, that obligation must be filled for the transaction to be settled or satisfied. They'll use something along those languages. Okay, now I got a court order. Do y'all want to go further, or do you want to give me my car keys so I can go? So you might have to, because this is a non-traditional way. So people have to understand that we all been buying cars by going into debt. And the
Mm-hmm.
car industry, like the housing industry, like all these other industries, have made billions, if not trillions of dollars on our misunderstanding. So, of course, if you try to go into a dealership, even though you're using either your individual banker or your trust, even if you issue a negotiable instrument to them, technically, okay, they are supposed to, this is a trade. I'm giving you one thing for another, but like I said, they don't want unfair trade. So in instances like this, you might have to go a step further, okay, unfortunately, to force them into fulfilling their obligation. And that's what the pre-approval was. You got pre-approved,
Mm-hmm.
meaning those credits already exist. They're trying to negotiate terms that you guys did not agree to.
Would I file that? What court would that be in here?
State district court.
District court. Okay.
It
And
would
what
be
was
in
the
state district court. It's
and what
called a
was
declaratory judgment. I'm going to go
declaration?
over that with y'all, and we're
Okay.
going to go through different scenarios on how you can use a declaratory judgment. And you frame those judgments in a way, because remember, these judges, they are investors to a lot of these corporations, so they are biased. But
Mm-hmm.
there is a way for you to word your declaratory judgment that limits the judge's discretion. You want to limit that discretion, meaning him getting to uh, interject his own personal thoughts and feelings into that court order, okay,
Mm-hmm.
causing confusion. And I'm going to show y'all some examples, like even in my own personal court cases, where the judges will do that. Like they will give you an order that's kind of ambiguous, that you don't understand. So it's like, okay, I need to go back in and I need to ask this question in such a way that it makes it to where it's a yes or no question. You understand that? And yes or
Mm-hmm.
no questions makes it difficult for judges to sneak in their little
Mm-hmm.
2 cents and their opinions. Okay, so yes, you could try a declaratory judgment, but outside of like the CFPB and applying pressure on them or using the court system, those are the only ways that I could think of that you would push them to go ahead and release that vehicle to you, because a court case would, they don't want that. That's
Mm-hmm.
why you go in with a declaratory judgment. They don't want litigation, because you could be the one to set precedent, and now everybody knows that when they get pre-approvals that they really don't have to agree to no kind of interest rate, because that would be in excess of the obligation or this
Mm-hmm.
transaction. You will be agreeing to pay more for a thing than the thing is worth.
So if I did a CFPB or either way, would it be against the dealership or the person or the company that gave the pre-approval? Because they're just saying basically you got to go through the dealership to get the
Correct.
vehicle when I called
The
them.
dealership
So,
is a middleman. The dealership is a middleman, so you're right. It would be against the company that pre-approved.
hmm,
It's a
why does it?
middleman. In any of your transactions, you really have to be clear about who is who.
Mm-hmm.
If you submitted a credit application for that particular piece of property and they're like, you're pre-approved,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so that means that you're giving me the credits before I go and get the property, okay.
Mm-hmm.
My credits, they already exist, okay, but now they're trying to work the deal in a way that, okay, well, you need to understand that you have to pay back credit. Do that make sense? Why
Mm-hmm.
would I pay back credit when the value of the credits being extended is based on me? Why would I why would I agree to this now that you understand that? I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't agree to this. So in this transaction, whoever the company is that you made that you submitted that application to was supposed to transfer those credits to the dealership. And then from there, all the only paperwork that the dealer would be doing is, if you want to register or not register, would you like an MSO? You tell us,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Tell us how you want us to proceed with the finishing closing out this transaction. That's what you would be doing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yes, it would be against the agency that gave the credits,
Okay.
okay? Because if um
I swear it felt
that's
like
a
the
good.
dealership. I don't know why, because it's like they were saying stuff like, oh, now you got to give. First, it was like, oh, 2,000 down. Now they're saying 7,000 down. They came back and
Oh
said, well,
yeah,
the
they're
the
asking
credit,
you
the
for a
lien
down
holder wants
payment.
$7,000 now, and they want a copy of your social security card. When I
So
called them, they
who was the lien holder? Was the lien holder someone different from the the company that pre-approved you?
no, it was the same company that well, I got a pre-approval from the company, which is Capital One or one of their
Okay.
lenders. And then
Okay.
I went to the Acura dealership. And it was the
Okay.
dealer, the finance manager. First, it was all, okay, we're going to get it cleaned up and blah, blah. They're ready. Here's the application, fill out the application, blah, blah, blah. I
Okay.
never got to the contract part because once I put on the application my EIN, instead of my social, because that's what I
Okay.
put when I went for the pre-approval, my EIN.
Right.
when I
Right.
did that, it's like he came back with a whole attitude, like his whole demeanor changed. He's
Oh
like,
my goodness.
you got to put down. Now they're saying this is from the finance company. We need $7,800 now, and then you could take the car and you can. But we need a copy of your social. And I'm like, why do
But
you
you
need
see
my
the
social?
change in the terms.
Yes,
Was
they.
that listed in the pre? You
Yes.
understand? Was this in the
Mhm.
pre-approval? You see how you're they're about to shake you down. So
Mhm.
if you're okay, so when you're trying to figure out who to go after, the reason you're going after this the company that gave you the pre-approval is because the dealer told you that, well, we can't give it to you until you agree to these modified terms, until you
Mhm.
agree to terms that's different from what the pre-approval late what y'all agreed to in the pre-approval. So it
Mhm.
would be now when you get this the pre-approval company Capital One into court, and Capital One be like, we never said that.
Mhm.
Scratch a lie, find a thief. That's what you want. You want to turn them against each other. That's
Mhm.
exactly what you want. Turn them against each other and make them start fighting because they're liars.
Mhm. Should I try the CFPB
CFPB.
first,
You
or just
can, but
go
we
straight
need
to
to
the?
approach it. You have to have a strategy, okay? The
Mhm.
CFPB is not there for you to complain.
Right.
Even though when you go to the CFPB, you know how it says enter a complaint here.
Mhm.
Okay, they use that word for a reason.
Mhm.
Even though the heading says a complaint, what you decide to put in the substance of that section is up to you. The CFP, they call it a complaint because what they want you to do is speak as if these facts have not been substantiated. Yes, they have. You know the
Mhm.
facts because you're the one that initiated the pre-approval. You're the one that received the letter. What you do know is that they came after the fact and changed the terms. Okay, they are changing
Mhm.
the terms. This company, Capital the dealership has allegedly received the I would have to sit down, it would need to be
Mhm.
strategized and
Okay.
framed in a way that traps them or
Mhm.
makes them point the finger at the other person. That's what you want, total chaos between
Mhm.
Capital One and the lender. And then in them fighting, you start to look and see because they'll start to submit email communications. That's what you want.
Mhm.
You want their communications. You want to know and you could use the CFPB to get that. You could go to the CFPB. You might not even want to argue about the fact that you didn't have the car. You can use the CFPB to solicit information, meaning you want to know, I need access, I want the emails between the dealer and the lender because
Mm.
the car company came to me with terms different from the pre-approval. And the
Mhm.
CFPB will force them to cough it up. I have gone to the
Mm.
CFPB before, and the CFPB the company, the corporation had refused to give me certain documents that by law they were required to give. And when I went to the CFPB and I asked them a question, I said, well, I asked this company, we're going to call them ABC Company, okay? I asked ABC Company for the documents they relied on to come to a denial, to deny me. And to date, they have never given it to me. I have asked them for emails and other correspondence that would kind of justify the behavior, but I've never received it.
Mhm.
They came right the company got so scared they started giving up the emails, and in the emails I could read exactly what I've known, that y'all are
Mm.
lying. You're lying about what it says, and you didn't want to give it to me because you knew that if you gave it to me, then there's the evidence that I know that you're lying.
Mm.
So in some of your strategies, you can't really be direct.
Mhm.
Sometimes you have to be indirect. So you
Indirect.
might
Mhm.
think in your mind, I know you're lying. I know you're a
Mhm.
liar. So how do I get the proof? I want you to prove that you're a liar, and you're going to do that. And I'm
Mhm.
going to use one of these enforcement agencies to get you to cough it up. But that CFPB can be used in several different ways, and I've
Mhm.
used them in several different ways. So you can use them to get a corporation to cough up information. okay, to cough up
Mhm.
evidence that will prove what you've been saying. They're
Mhm.
talking and negotiating behind your back, and this what they're talking about is different from these pre-approval terms that you got.
Mhm. Okay.
It
Okay.
has to be a strategy. You have to sit down because you know that they are liars. They are all liars. They're all going to pretend like, oh, she thinks she's bigger than the program and she's,
Mhm. That's how
trying to
he acted
scam
when he
us.
came back out. And I
She's trying
asked
to
for my
scam us.
application. They
Yeah.
won't give it back.
They won't. And why is that? Because this trend, why won't you give me if and this is a thing. If everything that I've done is like um is frivolous or you fraudulent, why don't you ever give me back my stuff and let me go on my way? You never give it back because technically they have already gotten the credits
The
for the
credits.
vehicle. They
Uh-huh.
can't undo it. You
Man,
can't
heck no,
undo
I
it.
can't let that go.
You can't undo it. So unfortunately, like in some cases, like I wish I had a guaranteed if you do this, this will happen.
Mhm.
But I know for sure if you sit and you strategize a way to trap them, if you understand how they are lying and how they are misleading you, once you get that information or evidence like emails between them and the lender proving what you already knew, that you just changed the terms. I didn't agree to any of this in the um application, in the pre-approval. I never agreed to any of this.
Mhm.
And now you got them. You get them without arguing. That's another thing too, that I have to kind of go over that with you guys. Sometimes you kind of want to go back and forth and argue, and
Mhm.
you really don't realize that the documents that, like, let's say if they brought in their emails or whatever their communications, you're so gun ho, not you, I'm not speaking at
Mhm.
you, but
Mhm.
like people can be so gun ho to prove that they're right, that they miss the fact that the information that they brought in here already proves what you're saying. You need to say as little as possible.
Mhm.
Okay, so if they brought this, why don't I have a car? That becomes the next question.
Mhm.
They bring this evidence in showing exactly what you've known, and this is the reason you're complaining to the CFPB, because you paid for something and you did not get that item. And when they bring the evidence, it's not for you to argue against it. Then once you look at the evidence and it says exactly what you've already known, the next question is, well, why don't I have my car? And that
Mhm.
is the only thing you start to talk about. Why didn't I get what I paid for? Why
Mhm.
why didn't you release the keys to me? Why wasn't the title handed over to me? You start to talk to them in a way like, you know what this say. You know this says that you were trying to make a deal off my back. I'm not going to interpret that. They want you to read it so that you could start to fight against it. And it would move the issue into trying to resolve an argument, but there's no argument to be had. I ain't agreed to this in the pre-approval, and they know I didn't. And on top of that, they holding my credits, and not only do they have my credits, but they got my car. And that's something that becomes
Right.
evident, and they'll prove your case for you, even in front of the CFPB. The CFPB is a type of, it's their little, uh, it's like a, what do you call that when two people are when two people have
Like
a
a
disagreement and you
arbitrating
go arbitrator, yep, it's an arbitrator, but the
Mediation.
arbitrator got power. Mediation, the
mediation. Yeah.
arbitrator has power only. The arbitrator has power to force a corporation to, it's sort of like when you go to the CFPB, the dealership in Capital One is supposed to act like a computer program. If you do A, B, C, or D, then Capital One and the dealership is supposed to do these things because they are on a binary code. When they start, because you're dealing with humans, okay? And humans have their own interests and they have their own
Mhm.
feelings and their own emotions. Because humans are involved in this, humans
Mhm.
can start to do things that they are acting outside of their code. So when they do that, you go and get the antivirus, which is the CFPB. They need to be whipped. this
Mhm.
virus is spreading, it's doing things, it's corrupting my files, it's
Mhm.
doing things I'm not telling it to do. And that's exactly what that CFPB is for, is to get them back in line. But in reality, the CFPB is whipping them because they didn't do a good job getting that transaction to go through with you in the way that they have always done the transactions, or
Mhm.
how they've always sold cars to people. And
Mhm.
that's with a buttload of interest attached.
Mhm. Got you. Okay. Well, I'm
Yeah.
willing for us to, if you want, if we can do
Yes.
a consultation and
Yes, we can
come
do
together,
that.
I'll definitely
We
do
can
that.
talk. Yes.
Okay.
So I have to go, you guys. I'm going to wrap it up. This was such a good Zoom. I am
Yes.
so glad we got together. I hate it's been 4 hours. I know Zoom is
Thank you,
supposed to be
Christina.
an hour, but it always goes longer than it's supposed to. And I had a good time, but I'm going to try. I have to link Vimeo to my Patreon. And so once I do that, I'm going to upload the last two videos and get those two videos up on Patreon. And I'm also going to post them over on YouTube. So if you don't see them or you can't get them on Patreon, go over to YouTube and they should be there.
And don't forget to make the video
Let me see.
and
I wrote it.
Patreon active.
The 3911 or the 3911, right? Who was that talking? Was
That was
that Jai?
that was Jay. I was saying
Hey.
don't forget to make the videos in Patreon active.
Yes, to
With all
upload
the,
all the old
yeah,
ones. I sure
yeah.
Mhm.
will.
And the certificate of trust or the
Certificate.
certification of trust.
I got that right now.
And
Yeah.
could
Yep,
you
I
share the
got
phone
that.
number that you
I
mentioned
sure
earlier?
can.
Thank you.
What was the number to the IRS, or was it a number to me?
Both, actually.
Okay, sure. So the IRS examiner's phone number that was given by Troy is in the chat. That number is 866-883-0235. Again, that number is 866-883-0235. And that's to the examiner. And if y'all want to send me, this is my business line. You can text it. You can also call it. Okay, that number is 972-836-7803. Again, that number is 972-836-7803.
Okay, and Christina, this is the night. Will you be releasing the foreclosure book?
You want the settlement? Okay, yes, the settlement and closure.
Mm,
Not settlement and closure. You want to let them foreclose.
yes, because I go to court
You,
on the on the June 1st for the
what's today's date? 17th. So you go to court. Let me write this down. Oh, my
that's for
pen
a
cursor
probate
don't
court.
work. June
Probate court.
1st.
Hmm.
I hate that probate. Who that? Oh, that's right. Your family member. It's your family member's
Uh-huh.
property.
My
Do I have
son-in-law
that?
lost his
That's
mother.
right. Because I'm like probate. That's for dead people. So somebody must have passed away. Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yes, I can do that. I absolutely can do that. I'm sorry that it's taking me a little longer. I got some people I was supposed to email treasury documents too. I got some people that need 843s, 3911s. I'm trying to get that out to you guys as quickly as I can, I do not have nearly the time I used to have, and I'm like, I got two little bitty babies now, so I'm always got one I'm breastfeeding, and then I got a 2-year-old running around. So I'm sorry about that, but I will try to get that out to you guys as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for being here tonight. Thank you for the
Thank
testimonies.
you. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
so we'll meet here again. Let's see. We can do this again every 2 weeks. I'm going to try to, keep my promises to you guys. So we'll meet again May 31st. Same time, same place.
Hmm. And I'm going to text you, Christina,
Thank you,
about
Christina.
the consult.
Yes, please text
Okay.
me, and I'll probably just talk to you. We'll
Oh,
probably pick up the
no,
phone and chit chat. I
okay.
appreciate y'all
Thank
as my
you.
Patreon subscribers. So just text me, and I might send you a call, and we could just bypass the
Okay.
consultation and chit chat about your issue. Okay?
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Yes, you
Bye-bye,
guys have
guys.
a good night. Bye bye.
Good night.
Man, she dropped. You got to listen to it. When she replay it, I'm going to pull it up for you to listen to it. She dropped all kind of gems in that one, boy. Ooh.
Boo boo.